This is On the Air. Broadcasting live on the Fanatic app and YouTube channel. Here are your hosts, John Kincade and Andrew Salciunas. 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Yes, and it is All-Star Day here in Philadelphia. Tonight, Citizens Bank Park will host the All-Star Game, National League and American League. And it's always an incredible experience. But, man, was last night an incredible experience.
Were we wrong? Because
Yeah,
I watched
kind of.
I watched the entire thing, and it was riveting.
So I was captivated last night. Now,
But it was because it was our guys.
it was because it was here and because of Kyle Schwarber.
Correct.
So last night, Home Run Derby, if you missed it, you missed theater. And theater for multiple reasons. Theater for, it was actually an exciting end between Kyle Schwarber, who was handed a loss by Cardinals outfielder Jordan Walker, who down to his final pitch, because you're allowed 15 pitches in the final round, and with one left, if you hit a home run, it keeps on going. So it could be endless until you get that final out. And Jordan Walker hits 4 straight home runs in order to beat Kyle Schwarber yesterday. So the finale was electric. Kyle Schwarber getting in was electric. Bryce Harper almost eliminating Kyle Schwarber was electric. But the atmosphere at Citizens Bank Park yesterday was the reason why last night was so cool, John.
It was so perfectly executed by congratulations to Major League Baseball, but congratulations to Kyle Schwarber, who was brilliant.
Yeah.
In just being Schwarber, in just being him. He was so amazing, so cool, so relaxed.
It was dicey in the first
It
round.
was. I thought he was missing.
Everybody watching, forget Phillies fans for a second. Everybody knows who Kyle Schwarber is. Kyle
Sure.
Schwarber, make ball go boom. Like that's what we all expect. And so his first 10 swings were
It wasn't good.
Humpback liners. You're going, oh my God, dude, he can't not advance. But of course, if he doesn't advance, maybe Bryce Harper advances. We wanted somebody, and we all agreed that Schwarber had the better chance. Our poll yesterday was 87%, even though you said they were way off on that one, Connor.
I was wrong on that.
87% of our voters yesterday said Kyle Schwarber had the better chance, and it was incredible. And then once he got going, man, the triple deck home runs that he was putting up there. Caglione yesterday, who didn't even get out of the first round, he put up some moon shots. Contreras to where Harry the K's usually was.
And Jack Caglione, he was just too souped up.
Yeah,
Because when he just hit so many of those ones where he was just yanking them down the first base line.
yeah.
Because he was swinging too fast. But then once he got in a roll, it would have been great to see him
Look, those guys
stick around.
were putting baseballs, and Connor, this is the one thing that you were talking about yesterday that you really wanted to see. Those guys were putting baseballs in spots that no one's ever seen. We've seen, one ball reach Ashburn Alley in real life. I think it was by Ryan Howard, right? Dead center. I'm pretty sure it was Ryan
Wasn't there
Howard.
a Freddie Freeman one?
Maybe there was.
Freddie Freeman hit a really long one at one point.
But it doesn't happen often. These were happening left and right.
It was
and
unbelievable.
literally left and right, right? Left field, we were seeing balls almost hit the Fanavision, the big screen. How could you miss how big that thing is? We saw balls going into the third deck, but rose up in the third deck. Not the Barry Bonds one that hit the face of the third deck. Not the Ryan Howard one that landed in the first row. No, these were there were probably people last night that were saying, we're not going to get a ball up here, are we? And they were getting balls hit up there. Really cool moment. Contreras hits one, right-handed batter for the Red Sox that the Phillies desperately need. He hit one, and a police officer caught it, which was really cool. It was just in the landing of the upper deck in left field, that second deck. He caught a foul ball, a home run. The whole night last night was theater. And look, I'm going to say it again. I'm still All-Star Game over Home Run Derby.
I am too.
I am. The game,
I'm looking forward to tonight.
the jerseys, and again, 5-4-3 double plays of guys that you're like, oh, my God, I just watched that trio of players turn a double play. That's really cool to me. But Philadelphia made that moment last night, Johnny. And it goes to show you, in a year where we are the spotlight for a lot of sports, World Cup games are happening here in Philadelphia. Well, it's over now. The All-Star Game, Home Run Derby. There have been other events in Philadelphia celebrating the 250th birth year of the United States of America. it goes to show that this sports town freaking rocks. These fans freaking rock. All the nonsense about how horrible we are because of things that happened 60, 70 years ago. And I know that we've softened up a little bit over the years, but we still know how to party. We still know how to back our own because the cheers for Schwarber and the boos for everybody else last night was electric.
Which was
Yesterday
funny.
was so cool.
Funny to see opposing media members clutching their pearls going,
stupid.
oh, the Philly fans are so terrible, booing all these other guys. The players were laughing their asses off it. And it was fun, and they were almost feeding off of it. I think that the energy, positive, negative, in and of itself, was feeding on the event. And the broadcast, that was better than any, as far as just the energy popping through your screen. That wasn't your normal home run derby.
No.
They said it was like Thunderdome.
Yeah, oh, dude.
And guys who were there, Tim Kirchin, who was with us yesterday, that's unlike any home run derby he's ever been at. The crowd, the energy, Buster Olney. The crowd, the energy, the excitement for it, unlike any they've ever witnessed.
Here's Jeff Passan yesterday. Passan, Jorge Castillo, and David Schoenfield all did little blurbs for ESPN about last night's atmosphere, to your point. Here's Jeff Passan. And if you remember, back in 2022, Jeff Passan wrote the incredible article about how Philadelphia baseball is SEC football.
Yes.
Where the
postseason. I know, it is.
And it was wild in 2022. Here's what Passan wrote after last night. Walker walked into the most hellacious den in baseball, full of obscenities and vitriol, and 43,000 fans rooting like mad for Schwarber to win the 2026 Home Run Derby. And he didn't just weather it. He silenced Citizens Bank Park. And of all the things worth remembering from the newest version of the Derby, a format about which plenty, even in the baseball ecosystem, were skeptical. By the way, I heard Jeff Passan say yesterday on ESPN that it was going to suck.
It was awesome.
It was Walker's triumph over Schwarber that forged the most lasting memory. And, of course, you started talking about Walker, what he did, but that initial sentence of that atmosphere that Philadelphia fans brought yesterday.
Unreal.
We were talking about it before the show. Because there's that, I'm sure you got some tweets. I got some tweets about what do you not like this? If Kyle Schwarber and Bryce Harper weren't in rounds 2 or 3,
I would not have. I may have just watched it casually at that point.
The crowd would have watched it casually.
It would not. It's not the same. I mean, it's not the same. It was Kyle Schwarber's show.
He did it for us. Thank God for Kyle Schwarber. Or last night kind of would have been a dud, I think.
All right, truth serum time for both of you, and I didn't bring it up before the show.
I love that.
When Bryce Harper was making his run, who were you rooting for?
Schwarber.
So was I.
I think he had more of a chance.
I wanted the swing off because it would have.
Okay. So you were rooting for a swing off.
Because that would have been a great storyline.
I thought that Harper had already had the longer home run, so he
was that they were doing it with the longest home run tiebreaker.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. Harper already had the longest home run.
His long.
By the way,
run
that was a beast. No, I was rooting for Schwarber because I thought Schwarber had the better chance to win.
Yeah, Harper's swings. If you saw Harper's swings are so pure. It's why he's going to go to the Hall of Fame.
It looked like they look like golf drives.
Yeah, he was just like, phew, phew, and then he turned it on, and that one missile that he hit, I was like, that was Miles Michaelis hanging curveball, wild card round 2022-esque. Like it was a rocket.
It was unbelievable.
And then he lost it a little bit. But I was with you. I thought Schwarber had the better chance.
I wanted Schwarber to be the one to advance. When it came down to only one of them was advancing, I wanted it to be Schwarber because I thought Schwarber had the much better chance.
Yeah, I didn't have a preference, honestly. I didn't even think about this guy over that guy. If either of them had made it, I would have been fine. Because I do think the crowd would have gotten behind Harper too, but maybe not as much as Schwarber.
And they did. They gave a good.
Look, they absolutely would.
They gave Harper a great thing, but you could see the crowd seemed to be, and even they said on the broadcast a little bit, seemed to be a little more partial to Schwarber. But Schwarber is the Schwarbomb.
Yeah.
Harper is, Harper's the guy, but Harper's a great player.
Yeah, Schwarber
is known for that.
Yeah, he's the home run derby guy.
Exactly.
Like, there is no more home run derby guy than Kyle Schwarber.
Yeah, exactly. Like, who are you thinking of more home run derby guy? Like,
exactly.
You're thinking of big guys.
You're thinking of Schwarber,
Mo
and he was
Vaughn.
awesome.
Like, you're thinking about those guys.
He was awesome.
Dude,
it was awesome.
It was great.
And they delivered. And by the way, everybody, Citizens Bank Park got great reviews by everybody
because it's a beautiful ballpark.
Oh my gosh, I cannot wait. I feel I'm very happy, and it's funny as my wife will say it to me. She goes, "I'm very happy that there are things in life that still make you act like a little boy. Like you still get tonight, like to go to the All-Star game. to be in that building tonight is going to be like a little boy.
And John
It's
Kincade
exciting.
has a hot date tonight.
I do.
I wouldn't say hot.
I don't know.
I'd just say a date.
I don't know.
It will be toasty out there tonight.
It's going to be a little toasty.
I could be sweating. John Kincade.
My buddy, in the strangest of situations.
Yeah, I feel really
No,
bad.
it's
Go
okay.
ahead. Go ahead. Tell the story. I feel horrible.
My buddy Mark was going to come tonight. He was going to come to the All-Star game with me tonight. His sister-in-law passed this weekend.
Really
We're
sad.
sorry about Sandy's sister passed this weekend. And so Mark and Sandy are dealing with his sister-in-law's death, and much love to the McLaughlins. And so I find out yesterday while we're talking about the ticket.
Which would you rather go? Like, literally, that segment.
While we're doing it on the thing, Mark's just like, I think it's best that I bag out because I've got this going on, that going on, everything. And I'm like, well, what would you do if you had a ticket, Andrew? There it was.
Thank
And
God I
so
said
what the-
All-Star game and you said Home Run Derby.
What would you do? And
I
there
would
it
have gotten
was.
hit in the head with a Schwarber home run. That would have been fun.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable.
That's going to be a cool experience, and I'm so thankful
There you
for
go.
you,
So it'll
man.
be
It's
fun.
gonna
We're
be
having
an
a great time tonight.
lifetime.
It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, it's going to be a blast.
I cannot.
And
Well,
I'm taking him out to dinner too. I'm trying to step in on Don Mattingly's territory.
Little dinner
here.
date too tonight. It's going to be good. Look, it's a good. It'll be a good lasting memory as you move on to question mark in Salciunas.
Yeah,
starting
still
on
no idea where we're at
in the
with that
beginning
one.
in the beginning of August.
Still no idea.
It'll be that lasting memory for us.
All right. So, yeah, All-Star game tonight, Home Run Derby last night. If you were there, would absolutely love your firsthand account. Amy Fadul will be in studio today, Fries with Fadul. She was there with her family yesterday. Can't wait to hear, or Tuesdays with Amy. Can't wait to get
Did
Amy's
you say fries?
Friday with Fadul.
Because fries sounds good.
Tuesdays with Amy. Can't wait to get her thoughts on it. But if you were there last night, tell us. If you weren't there last night, look, there was debate yesterday about which one you would rather go to, Home Run Derby or All-Star Game. If you were somebody like us that's an All-Star Game first guy, did last night change your opinion a little bit? I think if it was anywhere else, I probably wouldn't have this reaction today.
I got to tell you, I've seen this is the third one. This will be the fourth. This will be the fourth All-Star game.
Yeah.
I saw 3 home run derbies, and I've never seen one like that.
No, last night was unbelievable.
Never saw one like that, but I wasn't even in the building for it. It wasn't like anything I saw. So that's
Connor,
great.
did you, because you were pro Home Run Derby, did you even get more from last night than you expected?
It was everything I dreamed of and more. The greatest thing about last night, and we're going to hear from Jordan Walker about the crowd, you've never heard boos like that at Citizens Bank Park because when somebody hits a big home run in a game, the place goes silent.
Right.
You don't really have a chance to constantly boo one singular enemy. And I know we've done that a lot here in Philadelphia for other sports, but in baseball, there's just not really that opportunity in game flow. So it was really cool to see. And credit to Jordan Walker for stepping up and just staring down the crowd. That was insane that he was able to win it. But Philadelphia got the perfect setting to bring out who we are as fans, the cheers and the boos all in one. It was awesome. Just from a fan perspective, it was great.
I think what's interesting too, Connor, as you bring that up, is that they were making it out that Walker, now steps in and has created he's made himself the enemy. No. I think Walker forever will be folklore. I think he's going to now be sort of one of those enemy favorites.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll root for that guy now.
I think everybody in Philadelphia has a ton of respect for him.
Dude, he played it cool, and you know what?
And I thought it was totally, but Kyle Schwarber is so freaking classy.
He's
so classy.
I'm a sucker for family stuff. His family.
Oh my gosh! His mom,
dude.
when his mom was pointing to him
I'm a
and everything,
sucker for
was
that
awesome.
stuff, man. Anytime a draft pick starts crying with mama, that always gets me. Last night, I'm watching the Walker family. His dad held on to the very last second before he celebrated. If you watch, there's a camera shot that they took on Netflix of just his family. And he did not celebrate until he knew that it was kind of like us with Gronk not catching the touchdown in the Super Bowl. I needed to make sure the ball touched the ground. I needed to make sure that the officials were waving incomplete pass before I could actually celebrate. That's what Walker's dad was last night.
That was the longest for that ball. That ball in the air.
Oh, yeah.
Brady's ball to Gronk.
It was up there forever.
And then it seemed like it bounced around
Yeah,
before
that's
it hit
why I
the
didn't
ground.
celebrate till I knew.
Oh, my gosh, it was terrible.
I waited for the replay to celebrate. I sat there still.
Oh, no.
You mentioned we would hear from Jordan Walker. This was Walker last night after winning the All-Star Home Run Derby. and talking about the Philadelphia fans?
I thought it was Phillies brutal. I mean, honestly. But I think it's pretty special because they love their players, and that's what you want, from your home, like where you play. I mean, I'd never hear people cheer so loud for Schwarber and Harper, and those guys did their thing for sure. But I can't hate them because that's their hometown, that's their guy. So I just got to play the game.
Yeah, he was cool. He was cool.
He
really
is
well.
he's again. I think they're making him out like, oh boy, he's now the new Philadelphia villain. I think he is going to be the Philadelphia respected guy.
Yes, absolutely.
Totally respected for staring down the crowd like that and being able to deliver like that. The respect I have for him is unbelievable.
Only problem is how many Phillies fans were there last night? Out of 43,000, it was probably, I would say, 30?
That would be my guess.
At least 30?
You think that much?
Dude, I saw a lot of red jerseys, man.
There's a lot of corporate tickets, though.
Sure.
There is. I'd say you're probably right with that.
But speaking of tickets, I'm sure everybody that went that had a ticket, a Vegas ticket, was Schwarber.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah.
I'm sure a lot of people lost some money last night thinking Kyle Schwarber was going to win, man.
I mean, it's unreal.
All right, so
much fun. And by the way, again, just once again, this city has done such a great job this summer.
Absolutely.
I mean, the World Cup matches that we had here, no crap.
No
negative press. Everything just like adoring coverage of Philadelphia. Like the home run derby last night, everybody just raving about Philly.
Yeah. The ballpark looks beautiful.
Night. Let's put a big bow on it tonight because it has been an amazing summer for this city, and congratulations to everybody that helped and did all the hard work to make these events happen. Because it's unbelievable.
And there was a lot of fear. I remember going into it.
Oh yes,
there was a lot of fear, not just from us, but like from nationally. People, oh my God, Philadelphia's such a bad place.
Oh my gosh.
And yet, if you're still complaining about Philadelphia, and this is not a message to Philadelphians, it's to everybody out on the outside. If you're still complaining about Philadelphia, you have not been paying attention.
Well, plus we have to
at all.
Well, the thing is, though, it's up to us to stand up for ourselves too, and to say when you hear crap like that, to speak up and say, well, really, it was incredibly well received, and great job to everybody who made it happen.
Now, how can you force LeBron James into this conversation?
I think we can.
We can, because last night was honestly, we know that LeBron likes sports. Or at least he talks about that he likes sports, and I know that he's a baseball fan. If LeBron James watched last night for 10 minutes, 15 minutes, whatever, however long he watched yesterday, how does he not sit back at one moment and go, man, imagine if I was there. I know he's King James, but like he would literally be king.
He walks into this town and forever he becomes one of us. He becomes royalty here. He's and by the way, he always gets treated great here.
Oh, absolutely.
He's always treated like he's on a rock star on a tour.
When we had Dave McMenamin on last week, at one point he talked about last season when LeBron scored 12 unanswered points by himself in Philadelphia and the jawing back and forth between him and the Sixers fans. But it was a respect factor. It wasn't like bleep you LeBron in a nasty way. It was bleep you LeBron like, damn, you're good. And so when I hear Dave McMenamin mention that last week, and he wants to be loved and he wants to be cherished and he wants to be appreciated. Dude, if you sat down and watched last night, LeBron, how do you not think about what it would be like if you were here?
Exactly.
So could it come down this week? Maybe. Here was Shams Charania yesterday on ESPN giving you a little update on LeBron.
Every day, LeBron James inches closer and closer to a decision. It's decision time for LeBron James because all the information, for the most part, is in. GMs, presidents, owners, they've all been heard from. They're continuing to have conversations with agent Rich Paul here this week as well. Players have also reached out to LeBron James to recruit him. And yes, all the voice notes have also been listened to. And rosters have been set around the league. The decks have been set. And the leading suitors have been Cleveland, Miami, Golden State, Philadelphia, and Minnesota. And what we know definitively is LeBron James has made it clear privately that he wants to go somewhere where he can compete for a championship, somewhere where he feels like he finds that happiness from a team environment and culture that he feels he can uplift. And the big thing here is this is not going to be a financially driven decision. So that gives LeBron James the ability to hear from teams that have the minimum, have other exceptions, have salary cap space as well, and also be allowed to take his time through this decision.
I mean, why not here?
Okay, did you hear, though, the problem, and one of the things from yesterday on the NBA Live is the question that they believe about LeBron. Culture.
Mm-hmm.
Happy culture. There's questions whether LeBron thinks that it's happy culture here with the current setup.
Oh, but remember what we heard from Rich Paul. Tyrese Maxey, nobody smiles more.
Oh, no,
and
no,
he's a determining factor.
And he also said uplift culture. So if you have down culture, that means it could be uplifted, Johnny.
But do you want to come here and have to say, he's speaking about the issue would be Mopey and Beach?
Sure.
Does he want to deal with that?
I hope
I don't think a person like, I honestly don't think a professional like LeBron wants to deal with mopey guy at work having to dealing with that.
Well, if he watched 10 minutes of the home run derby last night, he'd say, you know what, though? That seems worth it.
Oh, no. I absolutely believe it. Look, this city would be fantastic. I can't think of look, San Francisco, kiss my backside. You're not getting anything from the fans in San Francisco. Miami, what, when they show up 5 minutes into a game?
Yeah.
No. You're not. You're always going to be second star in Miami to the beach.
Right.
Or to the clubs afterwards.
Here, it's sports, man.
Here, it's like, look, it's bottom line.
You're only second star to the Eagles. Like, that's it. And that's still sports. And LeBron might say, I respect that because I'm a big football fan, too. All right, so we want your reaction. Derby day last night, your reaction to it. If you were there, we'd love to hear from you, not just on the Davis Honda text line, but on the phone line as well. Like, I would love firsthand accounts. I want to hear your tone. All right.
Tone.
It could be a voice memo. It could be a call, whatever. I want to hear from you. Actually hear your voice, 610-632-0975. But today is also All-Star Game Day. Coming up next, we have the lineups for tonight.
Uh-oh.
Oh, dude. See, this is why I like the game more, because I get to go through the lineups, and this is really fun. We'll get into that coming up next. It is Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Walker wins the Derby. I'm Connor Thomas, and Jordan Walker of the Cardinals won the home run derby last night in dramatic fashion, taking down Kyle Schwarber in the final. The crowd stole the show as well. Loud cheers for Schwarber, vocal boos for Walker. The champ talked about it afterwards.
I think it's pretty special because they love their players, and that's what you want where you play. I mean, I'd never hear people cheer so loud for, Schwarber and Harper. But, I can't hate them because that's their guy. So I just got to play the game.
Bryce Harper hit 8 home runs in the opening round, not enough to advance, but still talked about the excitement of seeing All-Star Game festivities all day in Philadelphia. And speaking of those festivities, well, the game is tonight. All-Star Game first pitch is at 8 p.m. Christopher Sanchez on the mound for the National League. Kyle Schwarber will start at DH and bat leadoff for the National League squad. You can hear that live right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Sixers take on the Rockets at 4 p.m. as Summer League action continues. Reports from Shams that LeBron James is inching closer to a decision, so we're still watching that. And the first World Cup semifinal is today at 3 p.m. France takes on Spain. Amy Fadul will join us from the 8 o'clock hour to the end of the show. Jeremy Fowler of ESPN at 9:05. This update is brought to you by the Empire State Building. Immerse yourself in an authentic New York experience at the Empire State Building Observation Deck. Get your tickets at empirestatebuilding.com/radio. Open daily, reservations required. I'm Connor Thomas on the home of the 2026 MLB All-Star Game in Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
You tell 97.5 The Fanatic.
This hour of Kincade Salciunas is presented by Bradford White Water Heaters. Bradford White, they're here for the pro.
It is 6:31 here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Waking up after an awesome home run derby. The other thing, Johnny and I were talking about this before you got in, Connor. So Jeff Passan yesterday, I mentioned in the first segment, I heard a clip of his on ESPN yesterday talking about how it's going to suck. He hated the new format.
Now, in fairness, he did quote tweet himself saying that and say Passan is a moron.
Right, no,
So.
and because he realized how great it was, it also was faster.
I love the fact that it was, the packaging of it was so much quicker.
There were some home run derbies where it just felt like it was never going to end.
That was awesome.
That, like yesterday, because look, the original home run derby, or at least original of our lifetime, I don't know what it was back in the day, even though I did actually watch a couple of those specials on the
You
MLB
didn't watch
Network.
the one that we had local sportscasters here, and I'm not going to mention them, that they were talking about back in 1996. They were recounting memories of it,
Oh, yeah.
and they were talking about it being a night event.
It was it was a daytime.
It was a hot,
daytime
hot
event.
melting day.
Ball was flying at the vet that day.
It was a hot, melting day that people would not have wanted to be in the seats.
Oh,
Like,
I saw the video. There weren't many people.
it was so freaking hot. Like
Yeah.
it was and people were talking about waxing poetic about, oh yeah, a packed vet.
Yeah, it
and I'm
wasn't.
like,
I saw a video.
No,
it wasn't packed.
wasn't. And it was a night event. No,
Yeah,
it wasn't.
Last night
It's like,
was a night
yeah.
event. Last night was packed, and it went quick. The original 10-out thing could drag on if you got a guy that's on fire, right? If a guy hits 30 home runs, it's going to take a long time for him to get his 10th out.
Sure.
I didn't like the clock either, though, because I just felt like that was going to go on. That's a set time. It went on forever. Yesterday, credit to the batters, they didn't take many breaks.
No.
I thought at one point, I was like, all right, are you going to take a break every 4 swings, or are you going to see 3 pitches every 4 swings?
But they didn't.
They didn't. They kept going, man. They got into a groove, and they kept going, and it was great. And it kept going. Like, it moved. Like, it was fat. That thing ended a lot quicker than I think a lot of people expected.
I like how the players were giving each other crap, too, about – there were some players about, like, keep it going, keep it going.
Yeah.
Like, you could hear them giving each other bull. It was fun. It was just a great event.
I think part of that's the Philadelphia fans, too. You took 2
Start
pitches,
booing.
you were getting
Yeah.
booed.
Dude, how about Contreras getting cheered when the pitch came up and in at
Almost
40
got
miles
hit.
per
By
hour?
the way, did you in any way think that was on purpose? I wondered if it was a breather on purpose, a sort of a break the tension moment.
Yeah,
'Cause
but
it
he doesn't wanna
'cause
throw it
remember,
at him.
yeah, but he wasn't throwing. I mean, if he couldn't get out of the way, I could get out of the way
I
of that
got
one.
you. But it was a great reaction.
It was
from
awesome
from the crowd.
But I just wondered if it was a break the tension.
No, I don't think so.
Laugh moment.
Throwing behind an L screen is weird. Like, you'll lose some
yeah.
arm side sometimes because you're just trying to stay away from hitting the rail.
By the way, the pitchers don't get enough respect. The home run derby pitchers, because they got to put it in a spot. And if you see Contreras, his first time around, kept on saying it right around here. Like, he wanted a specific zone. It was like a little up
Right.
and in. And his pitcher just kept hitting that zone, dude. Like, those guys don't get enough respect. All right?
I didn't understand if you notice something with Schwarber's pitch. I didn't understand why he felt the need to hold 2 balls in his one hand and just throw.
Just a feel thing.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's literally all it is.
Because other guys were not doing that.
Yeah.
They were not like I was watching the nuance of how each guy was going about the process.
Dude, it's a
of
feel
it.
thing. I hate throwing without a glove on. Like, I feel off balance.
Yeah,
and I'm
I know what you're saying.
Andrew Salciunas,
Well, I don't think any of the
league, you know
I
what
don't
I
think any
mean?
of the batting practice pitchers do that.
No, I know, but he might be holding the
Oh.
baseballs for literally a field
Okay,
thing.
Counterweight.
I never
Like
thought.
that, like,
oh,
honestly,
I
that's-
didn't think
See,
about
you're
it.
not a
See?
seamhead like
there you
me,
go.
you
That's
know,
great.
and Washington College of
That's
Maryland
great.
over there.
Yeah, it's great. That's really good stuff. Good,
All right, your
good club.
lineups for tonight.
I can't wait to hear this.
We'll go American League first, and we had one guy respond on social
Jeff.
media. Jeff,
He goes, the All-Star game used to be great, but now nobody knows these players. And I said, Jeff, if you don't know the All-Stars in this game tonight, that's a you problem.
yeah, that means you're not watching, and that's fine.
You're not
You might
don't-
be a Phillies fan
like,
only.
yeah, and the thing is, and I think there is a lot of that in sports.
Absolutely.
Is you're a fan of just your team, because if you don't know these All-Stars, I'm going to know every single player you name.
Do you know how many Eagles fans that don't watch anything else other than the Eagles?
Correct.
Right? Like it's a thing. It's real.
No, but
don't act like it's the masses don't like the All-Star game because they don't know who it is.
Correct.
All right, American League leading off, and he'll get a big ovation tonight. Mike Trout leading off, playing center field for the American League. Yordan Alvarez, who is having one of the most ridiculous seasons. It's so funny because so much is made about Aaron Judge year in and year out and the statistics that he puts together.
Incredible.
I don't know how Yordan Alvarez it's going by so quietly. He's batting .318 with 31 home runs, 70 RBI, and 111 hits.
No, he's not.
That's what he's doing so far.
Can't be.
It's unbelievable the season. Like, we're so happy with what Kyle Schwarber's doing from a home run standpoint. This guy's doing it with a batting average of .318.
I mean, that's
it's unbelievable.
That's stupid.
Shea Langoliers will be batting third, catcher for the Athletics. Junior Caminero, it's the stud third baseman for the Rays, their cleanup hitter. Bobby Witt Jr., really, really cool, exciting young player. His face is everywhere right now in terms of the billboards all around the city. Very young, talented player, batting fifth, playing shortstop for the Royals. Cody Bellinger, 10-time could he be a Philly member. Cody Bellinger batting sixth, playing right field. Ben Rice, who was in the home run derby, did not last long yesterday. He's playing first base, batting seventh. Riley Green of the Tigers, batting eighth, playing left field. And then Ernie Clement, the 9-hole hitter, second baseman that got the most votes, right? He got the most fan votes.
He got the most.
And as you pointed out to me, it's because he's a big TikTok guy.
A big TikTok guy.
So is that all you have to do these days is be a big TikTok guy? Not that he's having a bad year. It's just number one.
I got the scouting report from my daughter that she doesn't get it. Like she gets the hot baseball player thing she does get. She doesn't get the Ernie Clement thing.
Okay.
But he's very popular on TikTok, and he's very popular with the girls. Young girls like 25 and under think he's really hot.
Yeah, I'll be honest. It's a tragedy that he got the most votes. I just read you 8 names.
But it shows you. Now, if Jeff doesn't know Ernie Clement, I'll
that's
forgive
fair because he might not be on TikTok.
He may not think he's hot either.
That could be true.
He may agree with Liv.
Now, with the National League, Kyle Schwarber leadoff spot. Should Kyle Schwarber bat leadoff for the National League All-Star Game? 610-632-0975. Is that a bad lineup with Schwarber in the leadoff spot? Juan Soto batting second in left field. Freddie Freeman batting third at first base.
Boo.
Yeah, you know they're going to get their reaction. CJ Abrams, really, really good player for the Nationals.
Yes.
Batting cleanup, playing shortstop. Max Muncy, 5-hole. He's having a great season. Third base, of course, with the Dodgers. Ozzie Albies batting sixth, the second baseman from the Braves.
Now he's going to hear it.
Brandon Marsh batting seventh, right fielder of your Philadelphia Phillies. Andy Pages batting eighth, playing center field from the Dodgers. And Drake Baldwin batting ninth, catcher for the Braves. Here's Brandon Marsh yesterday. We're going to play this a couple times today because yesterday was also one of those annoying days where every player had to speak, and all the players at the Home Run Derby yesterday were big-name players, what does that mean? They're getting paid a lot of money, which means what they don't want is a salary cap, which means yesterday was more so also about putting their feet in the sand of negotiations.
Absolutely, and many of them are not the best spokespeople on economic issues.
Yeah. And
they're not prepared to speak on economics.
Unfortunately, half of the interviews were about that because it's coming. We're looming on a lockout.
No, it's coming.
Brandon Marsh does not have as much say in that situation. So Brandon Marsh just talked about his experience, and I thought this was such an incredible answer. Mark DeRosa, horrific Team USA manager, asked Brandon Marsh sort of, the how does it feel that you're going to be playing in your first All-Star game, starting in your first All-Star game, and, of course, doing it in Philadelphia. And this was Brandon Marsh's awesome answer.
To be honest, I'm getting chills right now just thinking about it. And I don't think it's really fully hit me yet. It might hit me tonight during the Derby watching all these guys hit 500-foot homers. But just being able to put this hat on, be in a locker room with these guys, a lot of dudes that I look up to, not just as baseball players, but as individuals and the way that they carry themselves. it's hard to put it into words what this means, and I'm just super honored, truly am. I'm honored to be here with these guys, and I'm going to just try to be a sponge and soak up as much information as I can from these guys, because there's so much to learn from their minds and all their physical talent. So, yeah, it's what a crazy, crazy ride. You said going back to Buford, a lot of ups and downs, but thankful for it all, because no way I'm here without going through all those tough times, man.
Mark DeRosa, for those who don't know, Mark is a Atlantan.
Yeah.
I mean, he played with the Braves, but he lives there. So he saw Brandon playing in high school football. Brandon was a star locally, so he's seen him a long time. He saw that whole journey.
Yeah.
That's incredible. You could hear him getting choked up.
No, that answer.
Brandon Marsh.
And look, he probably thinks about his father who can't
sure
see
he
it
does.
because his father passed away. And it was like that answer was a boyish dream just came true.
And you could see it last night, the look in his eyes as the home run derby's going on, like the whole excitement for Harper, excitement for Schwarber. It's great.
Yeah.
It's great. It's a great story. Marsh is very rootable.
Oh, absolutely. Look,
very rootable.
I've been his biggest critic.
Well, you can be a critic.
I like the person's awesome.
Correct. Yes.
And he's going to be a 10-year baseball player. He's already probably a year. Is this year 6 for Brandon Marsh already in the big leagues?
Very well could be.
Which is kind of insane.
That's insane.
Kind of insane to say.
That's insane.
Because he still feels like the 5-year-old that's just kind of palling around a little bit because of his energy. Yeah, this is his 6th season in Major League Baseball already. He will be a 10-year baseball player. He'll get a pension. He'll do all that kind of stuff. And what he's doing this season has been amazing. And it's great to hear an answer like that. Truly, just be happy.
So appreciative of
dude.
it. And Brandon, you earned every bit of it.
Yes, he did.
You've earned every bit of it. And Connor Thomas was your biggest advocate.
Yeah,
that's my guy.
Credit. It's as soon as Aaron Nola started going sour, you had to find somebody else.
Yes, exactly. There had to be somebody else that he could.
Oh, you got to bring him up. Why? Home run derby was last night. You think about Nola?
Absolutely, you could do that.
Now, coming up next, we went through the lineups. You heard one name mentioned in the AL starting lineup. One name that you didn't hear mentioned is because he's hurt and missing it. But they did both speak yesterday. Mike Trout and Byron Buxton.
Oh, boy.
Our own buddy, Tim Kirchin. He was in studio with us yesterday, and yet there are still reporters believing there could be a chance.
Stop.
These guys can't make it more clear that there's no chance. We'll talk about it next here on The Fanatic.
Christopher Sench.
It is 6:48 here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. All right, great little side discussion that just took place during the commercial break. Connor, we would like your first. Let's get Connor's answer.
Correct. Don't. Leah, just say it.
All right.
How about I put it to you like I did it?
Yes. All right. Go
All
ahead.
right, Connor. I said, wouldn't it be cool if tonight we saw another swing off to decide the All-Star game like they saw last year? Would that not be a great ending considering what we saw last night?
Yeah.
Your gut instinct.
It's weird because, yes, that would be sick. Like, thought process in a vacuum,
Because you
absolutely.
know Schwarber would be
He'd be one of them.
the cog
Yes.
of the wheel. So you'd be seeing Schwarber. Who do you think Dave Roberts goes to in the swing off?
Yeah, you know
There's
Schwarber's
three
one.
guys,
Yeah.
right?
No, Schwarber's absolutely going to be
There's
it.
three guys. So Schwarber, Juan Soto,
Yeah, I would probably put Soto
Juan
there.
Soto. Who's the third? Like, I think the strategy
That'd
of
be
it.
cool. I wonder if, like, Schwarber again in a swing off, like, I wonder if it's watered down because he just was in the home run derby final the night before.
But not in front of that crowd, it wouldn't be.
It'll be different
And
people, but
he'd
the
be last.
TV audience.
And he'd be last.
I think it would be very, very cool. I'm not anti it. I just
Okay.
don't think it would be as exciting as the first one because it was the first one.
immediately
Okay, but
said-
listen to his answer.
I immediately said nah.
Now, he said no without hesitation. I said, why do you say no? And then I went, I figured it out.
Bro, imagine if they're up 1 run in the bottom of the ninth inning and Johan Duran comes out of the bullpen.
Oh, okay.
In front of the Phillies fans, national audience. Dude, Duran in the All-Star game to close it out with the intro.
I hadn't given it the, do you know, can you sing the song, though? Because my wife says to me, stop singing it.
No, but
you don't know the song.
But Connor's got it. Could you imagine? And with Dan Baker now pitching for the Phillies or for the National League, Johan Duran.
And I'm at home and I'm doing a bola up, and my wife is bilingual and she says, stop, stop. You do not know
You're
how.
probably quietly offending her by just
because you
saying
do not
gibberish.
know that you do not know my wife and daughter both bilingual.
Do you know
They
what
can-
you just said?
I have no idea.
No, I'm kidding.
I have no idea.
I'm messing with you.
So- Side topic. Would you rather the swing off that would include Kyle Schwarber?
Kyle Schwarber would go last.
Right. And I don't think it's a don't get me wrong.
I mean,
that
to
would
me,
be pretty sick too.
To me, that's the perfect ending tonight. Is a swing off where Kyle Schwarber has a chance to win it for the National League.
Or do you want Duran to close it in the ninth? 610-632-0975. How about that?
That's it. That may even be a secondary poll.
Why not? Put out a secondary poll. We do have a poll today right now.
Because with Dr. Avidan Appel, you can absolutely get a secondary poll.
He can take care of multiple polls at once.
You can absolutely get a secondary
Dr.
poll.
Avidan Appel, the team at Iron Mountains Men's Health, make sure that happen every single day here on Kincade Salciunas.
Absolutely.
So we do have a different kind of poll today. Connor, let the people know what they're looking at.
Our question
What are they
today,
looking at?
What major sports event in recent memory in Philadelphia did you enjoy the most? 3 options: the World Cup games, the Home Run Derby, or the NFL Draft. You can also leave a comment under that. So right now, 40% of people are voting for the Home Run Derby. I think that's recency bias there on that one. 31% are saying the NFL Draft. 28% are saying the World Cup.
Yeah, my answer was the NFL Draft. Part of it was I was there. Like, I was there for night one. I did a lot of the coverage for the Fanatic. I did not attend a World Cup game. I did not go to the Home Run Derby
And
last
what did you
night.
think of the what did you think of the how that all went?
The
as far
NFL
as
Draft?
The NFL
It
Draft?
was such an amazing experience. And I was telling Connor, you may have already known the rule, but the NFL has the right to revisit the same draft location the second year. It's like it's a team option, right? And I was stunned when it came out that they were not coming back to Philadelphia for a second year and that they were going to Dallas the year after that. Like, I was shocked because it went off so perfectly, and every person that I talked to, non-Eagles fans, because everybody's wearing their jerseys, so you could spot everyone. Everybody had a freaking blast, man. And I was shocked that it didn't happen again. It was such a great experience. The city looked beautiful. The parkway looked beautiful. The draft being at the museum, that was unbelievable.
By the way, one note on tonight that I got from our friends at the Phillies who just, I got a little note asking me if I would pass this along. Parking for tonight.
Yes.
Buy your parking before you go. Get yourself a little digital parking that you pay before you go for the lots, even if you park in normal lots, and that includes to park in, like, the Flyers lots.
Okay.
Just get that. It'll make it easier for you. The lots opening at 3. There are certain lots that open at 3, and there's certain lots that open at 5. So lots, you got to go look at the map because lots A, H, M, N, and O open at 3.
Okay.
Other lots open at 5. So they want you X, W, V, R, U, S. You have to go look at a map because there are some lots that open at 3, some lots that open at 5. So just when you're figuring out your path to get down to where you want to park, make sure you know you're heading to where one of the 3 o'clock lots, not one of the 5 o'clock lots.
Get there early, people.
Get there early because it's going to be freaking awesome.
Yeah, it's a whole
You're going to have such a great time.
I can't wait, man.
Oh my gosh.
By the way, yesterday, other than Brandon Marsh's incredible answer and negotiation tactics, we did get 2 answers. I want to play this for you first, and this is not me taking a shot at Tim Kirkchin by any means. I do think there's a reason why they all believe this, and it's a take. But here's Tim Kirkchin with us yesterday before Byron Buxton was asked once again if there's any chance he's traded.
I think everyone needs a reliever. Everyone needs a back-end starting pitcher. They need a right-handed hitter more than anything, and that would be a big move that they could make. Now, I'm not suggesting it's going to happen, but someone like Byron Buxton makes a lot of sense. He's still a tremendous defensive player. He runs like the wind, and he's got tremendous power. But it seems clear to me the Twins are going to keep him, and he wants to stay there. But this is what the trade deadline is all about, is going to get someone who is not available. And that's what Dave Dombrowski has always been good at. So we'll see if they can pull off something like that. My guess is they won't, but they should look that way. That's the perfect guy for the Phillies.
A couple hours later, Byron Buxton, quote, "I ain't going nowhere." Mike Trout was also asked about it. He goes, "I have a full no trade clause, so it's my decision, and I'm really happy with where I'm at." This is where I think people keep on making the mistake thinking it's possible, John. We all can't imagine not wanting to win.
Can't imagine it.
Mike Trout doesn't want to win. Byron Buxton.
I can't imagine. Like,
how about this? They're comfortable not winning.
Like, to me, it just is. It's unfathomable that a professional athlete would be like, "Nah, I'm good."
You've made millions of dollars. You can
I'm
go.
good.
You can still live in L.A. in the offseason, and when you retire, you can still live in Minnesota.
Well, first of all, I got to tell you,
If you want.
live in Minnesota.
God bless
I'm just
you.
going to say, live in Minnesota, explain it to me. But it's like the love of it. But it's truly
That's a big fish, small pond thing.
That's exactly it. But the bad thing is, with Byron Buxton, I can almost understand it. With Mike Trout, I'll never understand it. You never want to challenge yourself to be the best.
And that's why we always talk about challenge
yourself,
because it makes sense for them to leave a bad organization to come to a team that's contending. And what people don't realize is there are people that are very content with life, and that's their prerogative. That's their decision.
I think they're very content with their lifestyle.
Yeah. And
money.
They're never going to win anything, and they're fine with that.
And they're funny. I'm cashing my check.
And then 10 years after they retire, they're going to do the whole, my one regret is never winning a championship. And I will laugh at them because they've
you're lying to us.
Every
what you're doing. You're lying.
Yep. All right, coming up next, we'll check the text line for the first time this morning. Dave's on the text line. How incredible last night was. Whether you were in the building or watching from afar, has your opinions changed on the home run derby? You could chime in 610-632-0975. But also, are we as excited as the off-ball linebacker list that drops today as we were the quarterback list? John Kincade doesn't give a damn about your rankings. He comes with the facts next here on the Fanatic. All right, let's talk about that FanDuel Sportsbook app. I think I have to make a play on the National League tonight. It's our ball.
We're going to be there.
We're going to be there. You got to make a play in the National League, who are minus 136 going into today's game. But we're not just talking about baseball. We're also talking about the World Cup. World Cup, biggest stage in the world. Man, we got a game today, 3 o'clock. How about that? You can watch that as you're getting ready for the All-Star Game festivities tonight. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is changing the game. Sometimes when your player gets subbed off, your bet goes off with them. Well, the reason why I get to say sometimes is because that doesn't happen anymore with FanDuel. FanDuel has their super sub. If your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So you're in it until the final whistle. And for us, not major soccer fans at all, that's a fun bet. Because, A, I don't really know who to bet other than Messi. And then after that, if my guy goes off the pitch, I'm upset because my bet's over. Well, now with the FanDuel Super Sub, just visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now. That's FanDuel.com/local. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. You got to be 21 plus, President, Pennsylvania. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Schwarber comes up just short. I'm Connor Thomas, and Jordan Walker of the Cardinals won the home run derby last night in dramatic fashion, taking down Kyle Schwarber in the final. But the crowd was a big part of stealing the show as well. Loud cheers for Schwarber, vocal boos for Walker. It was one heck of an environment for the home run derby. And that wasn't even the crown jewel of All-Star Week here in Philadelphia. The All-Star Game tonight. Bryce Harper hit 8 home runs in the opening round, not enough to advance, but he still talked about the excitement of seeing All-Star Game festivities in Philadelphia.
I hope everybody enjoys it. I hope they see the city. I hope they see the community and what it's all about, how great our fan base is, how fired up the city gets for us. So I hope people enjoy that aspect of it.
That via NBC Sports Philadelphia. Speaking of the actual game, begins at 8 p.m. tonight. Christopher Sanchez on the mound starting for the National League. Kyle Schwarber will start at DH and bat leadoff. You can hear the live ESPN radio broadcast right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Sixers take on the Rockets at 4 p.m. as Summer League action continues. Shams Charania reporting yesterday via ESPN that LeBron James is inching closer every day to a decision, so we're still watching that. We'll keep you updated. In the first World Cup semifinals today at 3 p.m., France takes on Spain. Amy Fadul will join us from the 8 o'clock hour till the end of the show. Jeremy Fowler of ESPN joins us at 9:05 to talk about those lists he's been putting out from the coaches, scouts, and executives polls. I'm Connor Thomas on the home of the 2026 MLB All-Star Game in Philadelphia, 97.5 The Fanatic and The Fanatic.
check out youtube.com/975 The Fanatic Philadelphia. More of Kincade and Salciunas coming your way now.
All right, 7 o'clock, the day after an incredible experience for Philadelphia and for the world to see how awesome Philadelphia was. I saw people complaining outside of the city, of course, because they don't know how things work around here.
What about?
Upset with when a kid missed a fly ball in the outfield.
That he got booed?
First off, aren't those kids from here?
Yes.
So they know it.
Right.
Like it's not like they're booing some random kid from Uzbekistan. Like they're booing a fellow Philadelphian, and it's funny. Like it
is funny.
Oh, now it's funny.
Oh, come on.
What do you mean?
Saturday on the beach, you were laughing.
No.
Well, no
What
kid
wasn't
got hit
funny
in the
was you
face.
drilling my child in the face with a football. It's funny when a kid misses a pop-up.
No kid got hit in the
No,
face.
but I didn't laugh
think.
when the kid got hit by Vlad Guerrero Jr. a few years ago in the face. I'm talking about a guy missing a ball and the crowd booing. I thought that was funny.
And didn't our buddy, the Philly sports guy, get hit in the face last night?
He did. He got hit in the face.
With a baseball.
Paint came off his face onto the baseball.
I'm trying to figure something out. How did that happen?
Oh, dude, everybody's trying to catch the ball at the same time. You're probably not paying attention. Somebody's streaming.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like it's terrifying seeing 5 gloves of people who cannot catch go up in front of you while a ball's coming in that
By
high.
the way, the big gloves from Geico that they
Are
had,
they not awesome? You wanted one for Coop.
they were really cool, but I would imagine if those are in your face and you can't see the ball and somebody misses it, and let's be honest, a lot of people probably not the best athletes. You know, I'm talking about 500-mile-per-hour baseballs coming your way. Some guys might miss them.
Saw one of those gloves on for $295 last night on the.
Oh, already?
on the website,
Somebody
trying to
already
resell it.
somebody already tried selling it.
$295.
That's awesome.
Hit my
Not-
line. I'm
Not
very interested.
$2.95.
That's unbelievable.
I'd like
good.
to get in the big glove space. Let me know.
Yes. All right. If I see a big glove, I'll try to get.
How about
you one.
my new old boss in his my studios where I will be working now
Yes.
overlook the Brave Stadium.
Okay.
In his office, he has a corner chair that is a Rawlings baseball glove. It is a giant leather chair. It is a Rawlings baseball glove that you sit in. How about that? Not bad. Not a bad.
That sounds
Not a
pretty
bad.
nice.
Connor would put it in his living room.
Yes.
He would love
That'd be
that.
my only piece of furniture.
You can't
It
put
would
that
be.
in the corner of your bedroom because then that's something else.
Oh.
Yes, that would be different.
All right. Before we get
That'd be
to
just
more,
for viewing.
before we get to more on the quarterback list, let's get some text from the Davis Honda text line. Did we get anybody respond that was there? And if they were, then I don't know how you're awake already. But do we have any responses on the home run derby last night? Kind of an open-ended thing. Just your reaction to it, whether you were there watching it on TV. Were you somebody that was not a big home run derby fan and you were captivated? Hey, hand raised. I'm not the biggest derby guy, but you, and I'm talking to you listening that was there last night, you brought more out of it. And thank God Kyle Schwarber advanced to the finals because I stand by it. If
It would have been.
If Kyle Schwarber's not in the finals, the energy's not the same. And because he was in the finals, coupled with the city of Philadelphia being the freaking best, you put those two together, it was an awesome atmosphere yesterday. What do we got on the text line?
So nobody who's been there has checked in. I imagine they're probably a little bit sleepy after being out late last night. But Joe the Cynic checks in and says, anyone else surprised to see Schwarber show emotion when he raised his arm up to get the crowd going even more nuts?
No.
No, why?
Why would I?
I don't know. That's what Joe wanted to ask.
No, I think he's egging the crowd on and getting the people
No,
going.
I thought that was awesome. I mean, that was.
Now, if somebody did that mid-at-bat in a real baseball game, that would be insane.
I'd kind of love that.
Could you imagine, dude?
Well, they do it in basketball. They don't do it in hockey.
No, but imagine mid-at-bat. Kyle Schwarber's 2-1 count. He steps out, calls time, and he starts doing this to the crowd.
Souping people up.
That would actually be freaking awesome.
Yeah, until you K, and then you look like
Or
an
until you get a
ass.
fastball in the temple.
Hey, get on base. It works.
Yeah, somebody's drilling you if that doesn't.
All right, what else we got?
All right, we also have a check-in here. So we talked about this a little bit in the break, but we haven't brought it up on air. Brock from Phoenixville is a little upset with last night. He says, no one's talking about the magenta ball controversy. Okay. The last ball Jordan Walker hit was a white ball, not the magenta ball. Check the tapes.
Okay,
Yes.
that is, to me, I did not know that, and I think it's a legitimate argument.
It is a legitimate argument. Here's the one thing I will say, because nobody is pointing out that the one that he tied it with was a magenta.
Okay,
ball.
I don't care. He got one of them counted without a magenta.
Correct.
That shouldn't
And
count.
if people weren't watching, players struggled with the magenta ball yesterday because it looks completely different, with the batter's eye and everything in the background. I understand it. So maybe today they do a swing off. I doubt that they will.
No, they're not doing that.
But he did tie it, and he hit 3 straight off the magenta ball. So we're acting like...
No. There's rules for a reason, though.
Yeah, no, I get it. I'm just saying he also hit, 3 home runs in a row that were magenta balls.
No, I get you, but there was the magenta ball mattered for a reason. You're supposed to follow the rules.
Yeah, if Kyle Schwarber wasn't in the championship game, nobody's talking smack about magenta balls.
I don't give a flip about it, but I do give a flip if it's something that benefits Kyle Schwarber.
Well, especially if it benefits your bank accounts. If you had Kyle Schwarber winning the home, right? Exactly.
And I did. That would have been a big $28 for me or something.
Nice.
$27.
All right, what else we got?
All right, we also have some check-ins, just general stuff about the All-Star Game and All-Star Weekend and everything like that. Ben from Bucks County checks in and says, the integration of interleague play has ruined what the All-Star Game means and also World Series champion setup with not having the home field advantage determined.
So here's the one thing I'll push back on, and I get it because
How old is he?
I remember when they got rid of the home field advantage for the World Series thing, and a lot of people, myself included, were like, oh, well, the game doesn't mean as much anymore. But let me also ask you this. Like, if you played for the last place Rockies, did it matter that you were playing for home field advantage, or did it matter that you were playing baseball on the national stage and you wanted to make a name for yourself, right? So even though they got rid of the home field advantage thing, the reason why I always talk about the MLB All-Star Game being the best game or the best experience out of the whole All-Star weekend and also the best All-Star game, it's because it's still a game, and you can't go up to bat with 100-mile-per-hour fastballs whizzing by you not prepared, because if you're just up there lollygagging and a pitch comes up and in and you're not locked in,
right,
you're getting drilled, bro. Like, and nobody wants that. The one thing everybody doesn't want to see is an injury in an All-Star game.
No, you don't want that. I mean, it could very well be a problem. You got to look. The Major League Baseball All-Star Game's the best. It's not close.
No, it's
the hockey
not
one
even
sucks. Close. The NBA one is worse. I mean, there's not there.
And the NFL one doesn't even exist anymore.
The NFL doesn't even exist anymore. Now they do some stupid skills competition.
Yeah,
like it's
look. You might say the home run derby's better because of XYZ, but to say that the MLB All-Star Game's lost its luster, like it's still incredible.
I don't think the fans in attendance last night would agree with that at all.
Well, we'll see what the fans are like tonight, man. Because last night a lot of our listeners said they'd rather go to the home run derby. So let's see how it goes tonight. By the way, we do have a second poll up and running because Dr. Avnon and Pell can make 2 polls work.
Oh,
Team at Iron Mountain, Men's Health, they can help any poll go be strong. Connor, what's the second poll that was an off-air discussion between John and I?
All right, our second poll of the day, how would you prefer the All-Star Game to end tonight? Joan Duran closing or Kyle Schwarber swing off? 57% going with Duran closing it out. 43% saying the Schwarber swing off.
Oh, that's close, man.
That is close. I don't know, though. I still don't know if they're going to do the
They have to.
Yeah, they're going to.
I don't know that they. I'm serious. I don't. Well, I'm going to see if I can because the Phillies sent me the thing about parking. So I'm going to see if anybody can get me that answer. I don't know that they do that, though, because it would be the game's supposed to be sort of neutral.
Yeah, but you know what? Baseball's all about, finally, promoting until they, shut down next year and they lose all momentum that they've
they're
had.
going to lose all momentum.
Duran's entrance it was known before Philadelphia.
Okay.
It's just he played for a team that nobody really cared about.
So you're telling me would they do the entrance for an American League closer tonight?
No, I'm saying the fact that it's in Philadelphia, I think they will do it.
I wonder. I really do. I think it's fascinating. I'll be anxious to see, and if I can get an answer, I'm going to make the request and see if I can get an answer on that because I have not seen it on what the answer will be.
Yeah, all right.
It makes sense.
Like I wonder, maybe he probably got it because he's Mariano Rivera, but did Mariano Rivera have his entrance when he made his last All-Star Game appearance?
I'm not sure if they had the capability to do the special stuff in other ballparks.
No, but I'm saying the Enter Sandman, did that? It's just music, so I guess.
Yeah.
No, they did. I mean, I don't remember. I don't remember them doing that, but I could be mistaken.
All right. Well, we'll try to do some.
It is a home game for the National League.
That's true.
So there wouldn't be that problem that I would see. So it is interesting. I'll see if I can get an answer for the Phillies.
We'll try to get to the bottom of it.
Get to it.
All right. The bottom is where Jalen Hurts is in quarterback rankings. Well, not the bottom.
No, pretty close to
but
it.
Bottom half.
Pretty close to it. We'll have Jeremy Fowler talk about it.
17th he comes in on the executives' coaches and scouts poll. Again, for people that, for whatever reason, still just can't comprehend it, it's not media. It's people inside football did these rankings. You can disagree with the football minds say, but it's not like, oh, this is a hot take. We're just trying to get reaction. This isn't Chris Sims putting Jalen Hurts 39th.
This isn't
on
Jeremy Fowler trying to get clicks.
Right. This is executives, coaches, and scouts. What he tried to get clicks for was his hard work, because what he did was a lot of questions.
Yesterday, I went to an NFL executive that I am close to and said, "Where did you vote Hurts?" And he said, "I voted so long ago." He said, "I think I put him 11th or 12th."
Yeah, my response was, "That's the Bill Polian." Oh, I voted so long ago. I don't remember if I put Bill Belichick in the Hall of Fame or not.
I believe he gives. I think I put him 11th or 12th.
Which is fair. I think it's totally fair.
I don't think it's 12th bothers me a little bit. 11th
doesn't bother me. 17, even me,
17's
more
ridiculous.
critical.
Oh no, this guy thinks
17's ridiculous.
This guy thinks 17 is ridiculous also.
So you did some research because you said screw your rankings, screw your arm strength, screw this, screw that. All you care about is what, Johnny?
Well, all I care about is win, no matter what. I mean, is how does Jalen Hurts rank versus those ahead of him in ESPN, Jeremy Fowler's executive rankings? Because what you do is, if you win a lot as a quarterback, you go to the Hall of Fame as a quarterback. Is Jalen Hurts a Hall of Fame quarterback?
He's got a trajectory toward it, absolutely.
Yeah, on his way.
Okay. He's going to easily, how about his numbers? He's on a trajectory to easily be a Hall of Fame quarterback. So is a Hall of Fame quarterback 17th? Because here's what I'm going to tell you.
Aaron Rodgers wasn't ranked.
Because here's what I'm going to tell you. Jalen Hurts versus the 16 quarterbacks ranked ahead of him is 22, 13-1 in the regular season, which is a 629 winning percentage. He's 5-3 in the postseason with a 625 winning percentage. He's 8-2 with an 800 winning percentage versus the 3 quarterbacks ranked ahead of him that also have a Super Bowl ring. 8-2 versus Darnold, Mahomes, Stafford, ranked ahead of him that have a Super Bowl ring. He's 8-2 versus them. His numbers is Jalen Hurts' winning numbers. If he puts together 2 more years like this, he's like we're talking lock Hall of Fame winning numbers as a quarterback. 17th? This is preposterous.
Here's what they will say back. Here's what they'll say back. Is Jalen Hurts 8-2 or are the Eagles 8-2?
Okay, here's what I'm going to say to you.
That's what people will say.
So the argument would be, now take it to the next step, I'll ask you the question I come back with. Why would you say the Eagles are 8-2? It's because of what?
The collective defense, running game, blah, blah.
So you go to like a defense thing.
Yeah.
The Eagles. Then how come the Eagles were underdogs?
Yeah.
Like, how come the Eagles were like? How can you be underdogs to like the Chiefs?
Yeah, I got you.
How can you be considered? Think when Jalen Hurts can do some of these things. How can you win when you are not favored? By the way, winning when you are favored, Jalen Hurts on the list, winning when favored, is the best. The best. Now, the only reason I'm going to give you this one is that Mahomes may get screwed with this, is that Mahomes is always favored.
Yeah.
So that number might be skewed a bit with Mahomes. Jalen Hurts winning when he's expected to win a game as a quarterback is the freaking best. Not Josh Allen. Not the absolute blonde-haired, blue-eyed darling, Joe Burrow. Not Matt Stafford, who, by the way,
Justin Herbert.
Matt Stafford, who has never beaten Jalen Hurts head-to-head ever, walked off a winner. I'm just saying to you, winning at some point, stat nerds became stat nerds, and winning stopped mattering. Winning matters to every quarterback in the Hall of Fame, winning matters. And Jalen Hurts' numbers as a winning quarterback, he is so on path to be a Hall of Fame quarterback. He's so there on path that having him 17th is flat out stupid.
Yeah, it's funny, though. You bring up the stat nerds. Like, it's not a stat nerd argument, I don't think. They are on that side. There will be people who look at the compilation stats and say Jalen Hurts does not have them like a Josh Allen or a Joe Burrow or whatever. But it's also like the eye test football guys don't love Jalen Hurts. They just don't love his game. So it's like a combination of two different warring parties that have come together just to say this guy's not as good as you think he is.
I'm going to take it to the next step. Is that front offices, while Jalen Hurts has been in the NFL, have become overwhelmingly analytically driven. Mm-hmm. In fact, I'm stealing this from a Warren Sharp piece, where if you take the last 10 years, so this is even before Jalen Hurts comes in, that you saw traditional football approaches from NFL franchises leaning towards analytics organizations, where at organizations that were more traditional football approaches swinging to a more analytical view of the game was probably 2/3. So in the Hurts era, we've seen these front offices swing to analytics. And by the way, Howie loves analytics.
Yeah. Jeffrey
and Howie and Jeffrey love analytics, and they both have won a lot with Jalen Hurts. These other organizations have gone analytics, and these executives, this is going to be one of the biggest turnover periods, if we go last 10 years, in front office executives, burn rate, as far as front office executives being fired that we've ever seen.
Yeah.
So when you think of who's doing these executive rankings, this has been one of the worst front office eras in the history of the NFL. And I'm going to give you this even better. Front office staffs, scouting staffs have never been larger. Never been bigger. They've spent more money, more staff. NFL teams have never spent more money or had bigger staffs. And more undrafted free agents make Pro Bowls today than have ever made them. What does that tell you?
People make mistakes.
That means they're spending more money, doing more analytics, doing more studies, and what are they doing? They're swinging and missing more than when it used to just be football guys saying, that's a football player, that isn't. That's a football guy, that isn't. Now they've gone analytically driven, these front offices, and now what you get is more undrafted free agents make Pro Bowls than ever before because they're doing all this other slide rule crap to determine who to draft, who's good, who do we like, and they're making more mistakes than they ever have in the past.
Yeah. I mean, look, I do think it's fair and unfair to talk about also the talent that this Eagles team has, right? Should you take away from what Jalen Hurts has accomplished because of the talent? No, you absolutely shouldn't. But can you also make the case of he's had it nice here?
Oh, I think he absolutely. Well, no, whoa. I'm going to tell you, in a lot of ways, absolutely.
Yeah. There's teams, there's players that are definitely jealous of him.
How about incompetent hiring of offensive coordinators?
Yeah, no, that's true too.
Multiple times by this head coach.
Yeah, I hear you.
You know, so I mean, I'm just saying, look, and by the way, I'm a wonk for Jalen Hurts. So I am not in any way trying to say that I didn't go into this trying to prove a point.
Right. I got you.
I went into this with an agenda.
Yeah, because you love Jalen Hurts.
I went into it saying that, and I acknowledge Jalen has flaws. I acknowledge that Jalen's not a top 5 quarterback. Right. I don't even think he's probably top 7. But 17 is stupid.
17 is stupid. And it also goes to show you that you don't need a top 5 guy to win. Because Sam Darnold was 11th. Jalen Hurts was 17th. By the way, just to tell you, Zach Baun did come in at number 4 as off-ball linebackers in the NFL. Are we doing a whole show on Zach Bond? How about Jahad Campbell also receiving votes?
What?
Wow.
How
Are
about
you
that?
kidding me?
Should we do a full show on that today?
Wait a minute,
We could
wait,
probably
wait,
actually
wait,
talk
wait a
about that
minute,
one for a while.
Jahad Campbell?
He was the last player mentioned in also receiving votes. That's a good sign.
That's important. Like, we could
That's a
actually
good
talk
sign.
about that one.
How? But how?
Because people realize that there's upside, man. As much as they say they're not projecting on these lists, they're projecting on
Well,
these
that's a
lists.
complete projection because you have nothing to base that on.
Yep, I hear you.
You have nothing to base that on at all.
All right, coming up next, we'll check more of the text messages on last night's incredible home run derby at Citizens Bank Park, where you made it incredible. I'm not a big derby guy, all right? But, man, when the crowd was into it like they were last night, and with going to bat for Kyle Schwarber until the final pitch for Jordan Walker, last night was amazing. We'll get more of your reaction. If you were there, please tell us. Call in, man, if you were there last night, or leave a voicemail, whatever. I want to hear from you, 610-632-0975. You mentioned Jeremy Fowler. He's going to be joining us coming up in the 9 o'clock hour
Love
today.
him.
We're going to play you a clip from Middays with Marks yesterday because he joined them yesterday, and I have a follow-up to something that he said yesterday, not his opinion on the rankings, but what people told him. And I have a follow-up because there's a very specific player that I'm going to mention in it. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
My friends at Dan White & Associates have been around for 4 decades. Well, Dan has. His team has traded out over the years. But you know what they do? They specialize in retirement and financial planning. What they do is they take every single person and they say, what do you need? Do you need to set up some financial guardrails so you can reach all those goals that you have for 10, 20, 30 years down the line? Or you like my buddy Joe, who turned 62 today, who can start collecting Social Security? Does he do it? Well, Dan White & Associates, they help people make those decisions. They help you find certainty in your financial future because finances in retirement can be an overwhelming topic. And the experts at Dan White & Associates will help you make sense of your unique situation. They got great educational seminars that they host throughout Pennsylvania, Delaware, and Maryland. Go have a great meal, listen to their presentation, and then you're going to want to have your own complimentary no-risk consultation. They're the best. They're Dan White & Associates. They're going to make you feel comfortable talking about money. And that is a win. DanWhiteAssociates.com. Tell them Kincade sent you.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
A damn good derby. I'm Connor Thomas, and Jordan Walker of the St. Louis Cardinals won the home run derby last night in dramatic fashion, taking down Kyle Schwarber in the final. The crowd stole the show as well with loud cheers for Schwarber, vocal boos for Walker. Citizens Bank Park was rocking all night, and Walker talked about it after his win.
I think it's pretty special because they love their players, and that's what you want where you play. I mean, I'd never hear people cheer so loud for, Schwarber and Harper. But, I can't hate them because that's their guy. So I just got to play the game.
Bryce Harper hit 8 home runs in the opening round, not enough to advance, but still talked about everything that he was excited about. Brandon Marsh got a chance to vocalize about being in the All-Star game. People are gushing over Philadelphia. It's not just the Phillies tonight. You get to see everybody represented. The All-Star game is tonight at 8 p.m. Christopher Sanchez starts for the National League. Kyle Schwarber will start at DH and bat leadoff. You can hear the ESPN radio broadcast live here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Sixers take on the Rockets at 4 p.m. as their summer league action continues. LeBron James inching closer to a decision every day, according to a recent report from Shams. And the first World Cup semifinal is today at 3 p.m. France takes on Spain. Amy Fadul will join us from the 8 o'clock hour to the end of the show. Jeremy Fowler of ESPN joins us at 9:05. I'm Connor Thomas on the home of the 2026 MLB All-Star Game in Philadelphia, 97.5 The Fanatic and The Fanatic.
97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
7 a.m. hours brought to you by the BetParks online casino and sportsbook app. Live bet sports on the BetParks app. Play all your favorite casino games. There's always another way to win on the BetParks online casino and sportsbook. Got to be 21 in Pennsylvania, Jersey, or Maryland. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Ray Dunn is everywhere, man. I just heard the commercial. We have a special broadcast tonight, the All-Star pregame show with Fanatic All-Star Ray Dunn. That's I did not know he got the nod. I did not know
he was noted. He was made the All-Star.
Yeah, I didn't know that he got the fan vote.
I didn't know that.
You know, the middle-aged single ladies out there were they were stuffing the ballots, man.
Well, I didn't realize
so
that.
Ray Dunn got the vote. Ray Dunn will be doing the show tonight, which is awesome. We also have a really cool experience going on today. Join the Fanatic from 3 to 5. So before the Ray Dunn All-Star broadcast,
which, by the way, we will be we'll get to experience some of that.
Damn right we will. From 3 to 5 because it's at Live Casino. We can go
there.
See
it is.
Them. From 3 to 5 today, you can join the Fanatic promo crew at Iron Abbey in Horsham's premier soccer destination.
Promo crew. What are you?
Promo.
Brendan Gunn.
I don't know.
Little channel in your inner Brendan.
You can catch the semifinals and meet Philadelphia Union's, go ahead, Connor, Milan Ilowski.
Ilowski, yes.
Ilowski.
That's
fan
not bad.
Big fan
Andrew?
of his.
Obviously, you never portray, you are very honest with your fans.
Yeah, dude, I don't lie to you guys. There are people that pretend to be big fans of certain teams to try to get clicks and likes
you don't
and
do
follows.
that. I like that.
And I don't do that. I'm
I
honest.
admire
with
you about that.
But you can snap photos with Milan. Not in Milan, but with Milan. All right? And then you can also get great food and Jim Beam. Click events at 975thefanatic.com for details. So 2 great events going on today via the Fanatic, all setting you up for the All-Star game, which will be tonight. And we will continue to talk about your reaction from last night for those of you who watched, 610-632-0975. Now, one note. So Jeremy Fowler was on yesterday with Middays with Marks, and he will be on with us again today at 9 o'clock because Ray Dunn, not a foxhole guy. Yesterday, when Jeremy was on with Middays with Marks, he sort of explained what the majority of people told him about Jalen Hurts and how Jalen Hurts ranked at number 17, and this was his answer.
The simplest way I can put it is this is an exercise in fear. Fear in the NFL is currency. You fear your opponent. When you game plan against the Eagles offense, does Jalen Hurts keep you up at night? To be a top quarterback, you have to be number 1 on that scouting report. When you play the Eagles, it's Saquon Barkley in the running game, and then it's probably, or was, A.J. Brown.
And here's the thing. I don't dispute that. Look at what the Chiefs did just how many months ago now? 17 months ago?
When they were going to shut down, they sold out to shut down.
That's what they were afraid of. They were afraid of Saquon Barkley.
Because their run defense had sucked all year.
And they were afraid of Saquon Barkley. But what I'll kick back on is, who's afraid of Jared Goff? Jared Goff is a good quarterback.
He's a big fan of Jared Goff, which
but is
really interesting.
Keeping me up at night? No, what's keeping me up at night is Amon-Ra St. Brown. It's Jameson Williams. It's Jahmyr Gibbs. It's Sam Laporta. What's keeping me up at night with Detroit is not the quarterback, and he was 9th on the list. 9th. He was 8 spots higher.
Now, he's a big fan of Jared Goff. He is a real, yesterday on Middays with Marks, he was talking about the fact that he's a big supporter of Jared Goff. He thinks Jared Goff is, no questions asked, a better quarterback than Jalen Hurts. If you want to say a better passer, I agree with him 100%. A better passer than Jalen Hurts? It's not even a question.
But if you're asking me one game, who am I picking, it's Jalen.
His postseasons have not been like what you'd expect, like what you're looking for out of a guy. So, I mean, I don't really get it. Like, I don't get the way that the strong support of that.
And by the way, last year, like the Bucks, and I like Baker Mayfield, and I'm totally fine with him being ahead of Jalen Hurts.
Baker and Jalen Baker's got the best of Jalen.
But look at his
in
weapons.
The pros.
Like, if we're talking about fear is the reason why Hurts was 17th, I totally get it because they show you who they're going to try to stop, and it's not Jalen Hurts. That's not the first guy that they're trying to stop. But there's a lot of teams where you could say the exact same thing about.
Not even that. Let's go 1 spot higher than Jared Goff. Who was 8th again? Wasn't it Drake May?
Yes.
Do you think that defensive coordinators this past year we're losing sleep over Drake May?
Does Drake May win a playoff game if Bo Nix is not injured?
Or if C.J. Stroud doesn't throw 5 interceptions?
Exactly. I mean, he doesn't. None of those things happen.
I don't know who he scares.
I don't think Drake May. Drake May would scare me if I was an executive of that team.
Here are the lose sleep at night guys, and it's the reason why they're the top 5. It's Allen, it's Mahomes, it's Stafford, it's Burrow, it's Lamar Jackson. But Burrow, is he playing before I even talk about whether or not I'm losing sleep?
And I'm not going to, again, I'm just going to say to you, those top 5. Against Allen, Jalen's walked off the field, winning both times. Against Mahomes, he's walked off the field in the regular season, winning 2 out of 3. In Super Bowls, he's 1-1. Against Stafford, he's 3-0 in the regular season, 1-0 in the postseason. Against Burrow, he's 1-0-1, never lost. Against Lamar Jackson, he's 1-1. I mean, against those top 5 guys, the guys that you say, wow, those are the best. Those are the best of the best. Jalen Hurts is 9-1-1 in the regular season. 9-1-1. I mean, at some point, stat nerds convinced you, analytics convinced you that winning doesn't matter. It matters. It matters. Winning has always mattered as a quarterback stat.
Yeah, but I don't think this is analytics. This is, if you were to build a team, who would you rather have? And then I could give you one name and Jalen Hurts, and then you tell me.
Oh, no. I
you know what I mean?
Like, I totally get you.
And I think that's why he's at 17. 17's egregious. He should be higher.
If you're saying Josh Allen, Mahomes, Stafford, Burrow, Jackson, there were years where I'd have to hesitate on that.
I'm still taking Lamar.
Okay, Lamar, I like the
Without
total.
hesitation.
I think the total package. Lamar. I am saying 5 for 5. I'll give you those. I am not on Prescott, Herbert, May, Goff.
That's fair.
I'm not.
That's 4 guys, yeah.
Caleb Williams, maybe.
Upsides there.
Sam Darnold, not. Jaden Daniels, don't know yet. Jordan Love, not. Again, Jalen Hurts has played on the same field as Jordan Love 3 times. He's outplayed him every time. He's 3-0. Brock Purdy. No, I'm not saying Brock Purdy, but even though I do think I like Brock Purdy more than you guys do. He has a losing record against Baker Mayfield. He's 2-3 in the 5 games he's been on the field against Baker Mayfield. He's 2-0 against Trevor Lawrence. I mean, at some point, people convinced you that winning doesn't matter. Or that it's not important.
Yeah, but it's
incredibly important. We're not talking about a window of sample size like where people go, he's like the Ravens with when they won the Super Bowl with Trent Dilfer.
Yeah.
You're not talking about a one-off.
Yeah.
He wins every year and he wins at a high level every year.
This is what the executives and coaches and scouts are probably thinking. You can give me all these records, but did Jalen win or did the whole team win? Would Josh Allen have won if he was in a better situation? Would Joe Burrow have won if he was in a better situation? I think they're looking at the raw ability of each quarterback. And unfortunately, just winning, to your point, is not being factored in because if it was just winning, Jalen Hurts would be much higher. But that's not what they're doing. They're doing, if I could build a team, I'm going to build with this person. Even with Jalen Hurts beating most of those guys, they're going to look at his ability versus the other guy's ability. And more often than not, literally more often than not, because he came in at 17, they're probably going to side with the ability of the other player.
If I was to say to you, though, that like with the whole thing about Jalen Hurts, about the consistency of Jalen Hurts, the consistency of winning, does that not and the winning when you're supposed to win, the best quarterback of all. Of that entire list, every name on that list, he's the best quarterback when he's favored to win. That to me means something. When you win when you're supposed to win, and by the way, Nick Sirianni is the best, since he's been in the NFL, he's the best coach in the NFL when he's favored to win a game at winning a game. That to me is a Nick Sirianni stat too.
Yeah, sure.
It's a great stat.
Yeah.
When you win the games and you don't get upset, you don't get caught with your pants down, you don't. That to me is a really impressive stat. I don't know, but I am, again, I went into
You're
it.
a big Jalen guy.
I went into it with an agenda to say, hey, look at this on the thing, because I think it was egregious. So
17's insane. I'm not surprised that he was outside top 10, and I'm totally fine with him not being top 10. 17 was too far. Well, like 13, 14, I still think is kind of fair for Jalen Hurts, considering the passing offense the last 2 seasons. But hell, if you're asking me one big game, I feel comfortable with Jalen Hurts as my quarterback. And should that be the ultimate factor? Maybe it should be. 610-632-0975. You want to continue to chime in on the Hurts discussion, but also, were you at the game, home run derby last night? Just watching from home, did it change your opinion on the home run derby? How much did you enjoy it? Just be a part of the party today, because that's what it all. Today's a party. That's all
Correct.
we're doing today. All right, today's headlines with Connor Thomas. That comes your way next here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Only 4 teams remain in the FIFA World Cup, and there's no better place to be than Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform. France, Spain, England, and Argentina, one of them are going to hoist the cup. And today, France is taking on Spain. So if you want to go allez les bleus, they're trading at a 59% chance to take down Spain today, meaning a $100 trade pays out $162 if they win. France, the favorite for everything right now. And on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app. Make sure you use code Fanatic when you do, because that's going to get you $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade the beautiful game. 18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
Now more of Kincade and Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
All right, 7:48 here on Kincade and Salciunas. 97.5 The Fanatic. Now, shout out to our man Austin Jones. When Mariano Rivera had his last All-Star game, it was 2023 at Citi Field. So they were the away team, the American League.
Okay.
And they did play Enter Sandman as he went into pitch. But that was Mariano Rivera. Is that, hey, Mariano, greatest closer of all time, we're going to do him the honor of playing Enter Sandman.
See if you can find gosh, I'm sorry, I'm having
Trevor Hoffman.
See if you can find it, Hell's Bells. See if you can find when Trevor Hoffman pitched in his last All-Star game. Because they were doing Hell's Bells, so it would have been, that would be one that would be interesting.
Yeah, I'll try to see if he did come out to his music.
Because it would be.
If you're just tuning in, we're trying to figure out will
they
Duran get his entrance because it's not a Phillies game, it's an All-Star game. I think they will because it's his ballpark and because the world or nationally they kind of already know the entrance is awesome because it was awesome when he was with Minnesota. But could you imagine if he comes out in front of this crowd to that entrance? It'll be insane.
It'll be great. I may learn the words by then.
You might. All right, it's time now for today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Today's headlines with the Connor Thomas.
And it's brought to us by Lundy Law. For over 70 years, Lundy Law has been fighting for injured people. If you need them, remember the name Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Visit LundyLaw.com. That's LundyLaw.com. We're going to start with something. I know a lot of people last night had issues with the Netflix broadcast. Didn't really love it at certain points, but there was something really cool that they did pregame. They had Barry Bonds on the panel talking about the Home Run Derby beforehand on Netflix. And, of course, he had to be asked about moments in Philadelphia, including a altercation with one Ricky Batalico. And for the first time, because I've heard Ricky's story about it, and if you listen to Unfiltered, you'll get his account of it from time to time. This is the first time I heard Barry Bonds talk about charging the mound against Ricky Bo. Take a listen.
Oh, he punked me. Oh, there. Batalico hit you, and you charged the mound. You've never done it. I never really had to do that. I think in that situation, what happened was we were having so much success off of him at that time, and I kind of felt it. I think when I got up there that something weird was going to happen. He hit me. I charged the mound. We handled it out there, and then I think a couple of days later we said, "Hey, sorry about it. Just part of the game." And we were always able to brush things off in that era. He's a good pitcher and he's a good man.
Now it's funny. I could put it out there because Ricky talks about it publicly. He's doing the whole. He's a good man. We talked it out. Blah blah blah. I know Ricky hates steroid users.
He does.
He's very public about his disdain for people that juiced, allegedly, during the sport of baseball. And so it's great and all that. Barry's doing the whole, we're cool. It's great. We'd have to ask Ricky if the feeling's mutual, man.
I have heard Ricky say before that they talked after and they talked it out.
About that
sure
moment,
they did.
about that moment, but I would imagine Ricky doesn't have respect to the guys that cheated the game.
Yeah. We know that. He says it on the
yes.
air. This isn't even like an off-the-air thing. He says it on the air. But it is cool that it got brought up. It's cool for our own Ricky Batalico. It's cool for the Fanatic. It's cool for Bill. It's awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah, I thought that was a fun moment on Netflix. So shout out to them getting that story out of Barry Bonds.
By the way, one quick note on the Netflix broadcast. How, on the final swing, potentially the game-winning home run, the Derby-winning home run, which it was, do they not have a shot of behind or the normal shot? They had a close-up on his face as he swung. You missed the whole thing.
Yeah, that was a mistake.
The production was a little off yesterday.
They look like the Blair Witch Project.
I know it's hard because it's a home run derby. What are you trying? Are you trying to follow the ball all the time? Or are you trying to show the bat? I get it. It can't be an easy thing to produce, but you can't miss the final home run.
They did.
Apparently you can.
That.
All right, you can miss something else, too, if you're a player in the NFL. So the top 100, the NFL top 100 is slowly coming out. Now, we've been using Jeremy Fowler's list because it's coaches, executives, and scouts from around the league. But this is the players voted. There was a very interesting name at number 69. Lamar Jackson is the 69th best player in the NFL from last year, according to the top 100. He was number 2 last year. He dropped 67 spots, and people were very upset about that yesterday.
It's why I don't really understand player vote because, again, when you are warming up for your 4 o'clock game, You're not watching anything of the 1 o'clock game, and odds are you're probably watching just the second half of Sunday Night Football. Lamar Jackson is not the 69th best player in the National Football
Or players in the National Football League have sort of don't have as high a regard for his skill set as you do.
I mean, you can't name me 68 better football players than Lamar Jackson.
That's why I don't value it. And you can value it because
I don't know. I mean, because I can tell you I value it more than guys who are potential pencil pushers that never played in the NFL. Guys who play the game, guys who study the tape, guys who really understand what it takes to play the sport.
All right, let me ask you something. Jalen has not been mentioned yet, right?
Yeah.
I'm not thinking that he is going to get mentioned at this point.
So then what? Because if he's not even top 100,
he's not better than Lamar.
Right. So what are you going to be? What's going to be your reaction if Jalen Hurts is not a top 100 player?
Because you're talking about all players in the NFL. So you're talking about every defensive end, every quarterback, every wide receiver, every running back. I'd have to look at the whole list and go, let me see.
Yeah, but wasn't he third a couple of years ago?
I think he was 7th last year.
Yeah, either that list is wrong because they've got him ahead of Lamar, or the list is wrong because he's not top 100. But either way, it points us towards the same.
There's no way he's going to be ahead of Lamar.
I don't know.
I don't believe so.
I don't think so either.
I believe that fans look at fantasy stats and football people look at football players differently. In fact, I know football people say that to me often. That when they hear fans talk about players, they think they're talking about fantasy football. They're not talking about them as complete football players. And remember, players look at players, too, as the kind of leaders they are, players they are, dedication to the sport. They have reputations. Sometimes their reputation isn't that good.
Yeah, well, Lamar was number 2 in 2020. Do you remember who number 1 was?
In what?
In the NFL top 100 last year,
Saquon.
2025. Yes.
It was Saquon, yes.
Saquon. Lamar was 2. Josh Allen was 3. Hurts came in at 19 last year. He was 7th.
Oh, he was 7th.
23.
Was it 7th, 23 year? Because he had been, he was a finalist for the.
He was 3rd. No, he's 3rd. Yeah. So that's the thing. Like, these things.
We'll see. Season, this is why it's so fun to talk lists.
So remember, though, Jalen was also a guy who was, finalist. He was leading December 1st of 22 and 24. He was leading the MVP. Betting on December 1st of both of those years.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, Lamar was a
2-time MVP, and now he's the 69th best player in the NFL 1 year later. That's why I don't.
I call some BS on that.
Did you think he had a good year last year?
No, but that doesn't make him all of a sudden the 69th best player in the National Football League.
There's
when he's a 2-time MVP.
Recency bias sometimes comes into play with people.
Sure.
And I don't think that they were thrilled with his play. I don't think he had a good year last year. I think he sort of let down his team last year.
Well, he missed 4 games with injury, and that's part of it.
Yeah, part of it. Sure.
All right.
Absolutely.
But that's whoa.
My bad.
Oh, I thought there was breaking news.
Yeah.
I thought we were going to have some LeBron news because LeBron's waiting.
No, that's just the go to the break.
All right, coming up next, we've been having a blast talking about last night, and it continues. We've been having a blast talking about it from our couches, beds, wherever we watched it from. Amy Fadul was in the building yesterday.
She must be tired.
It's a Tuesday with Amy. Amy will give us her firsthand account. We want to hear more from you. Also, I have my top 5 moments from last night. I wonder how it would play from somebody that was in their house versus somebody that was there. Does Amy agree with them? It is Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
I want to tell you about my friends, and they are friends at Benari Jewelers, Exton and Newtown Square. Boy, do they do a great job for you. With no pressure, no pretense. A diamond buying experience or buying jewelry sometimes can make you feel like, I don't know what I'm looking at. And they make understand what your lady is looking for. And that's what I love. I love knowing that there's a place that I can go that I can get a great gift. Christina's got a milestone birthday coming up. I want to make sure before I leave town that I've got something great from Benari Jewelers. Let's say you're looking to get engaged like our man Brendan Gunn did. I watched him. I walked him into the place, introduced him to my friends at Benari Jewelers, and then I watched him get like the little eye monocle out, and he's looking and he's analyzing stones, and he designed the engagement ring himself because he was able to work with their team. And then he also got their 110% diamond upgrade guarantee. So down the road, if he's ready to upgrade, that diamond doesn't lose its value. Benari Jewelers is a direct diamond importer, so you're going to get an incredible ring without blowing your budget. So if this is the summer you decide to pop the question, I already got the answer for you. It's Benari. Exit in Newtown Square and online at BenariJewelers.com. Please tell them John Kincade was the one who gave you the recommendation.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Walker outswings Schwarber. I'm Connor Thomas, and Jordan Walker of the Cardinals won the home run derby last night in dramatic fashion, taking down Kyle Schwarber in the final. The crowd stole the show as well. Loud cheers for Schwarber, vocal boos for Walker, and it was an environment to remember for Philadelphia. The fans really showing out for that. Bryce Harper, he had 8 home runs in the opening round, not enough to advance, but he still talked about the excitement of seeing all the All-Star Game festivities in Philadelphia.
I hope everybody enjoys it. I hope they see the city. I hope they see the community and what it's all about, how great our fan base is, how fired up the city gets for us. So I hope people enjoy that aspect of it.
That via NBC Sports Philadelphia. Speaking of the All-Star festivities, the All-Star Game itself is tonight at 8 p.m. Christopher Sanchez will start for the National League. Schwarber will start at DH and bat leadoff. You can hear the ESPN radio broadcast live here on the Fanatic. Sixers take on the Rockets at 4 p.m. as Summer League action continues. And the first World Cup semifinal is today at 3 p.m. France takes on Spain. Amy Fadul will join us in studio coming up next. She'll be with us for the rest of the show. Jeremy Fowler of ESPN joins us at 9:05. This update is brought to you by the Department of Behavioral Health and Intellectual Disability Services. If you're caring for an adult with an intellectual disability, autism, or a developmental disability, you may be eligible for support. Visit dbhids.org/IDS. I'm Connor Thomas on the home of the 2026 MLB All-Star Game in Philadelphia, 97.5 The Fanatic and The Fanatic.
Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Yeah, we didn't even wait to get on the air. We asked Amy right away what was it like last night. Amy Fadul in studio. It is Kincade Salciunas on this Tuesday morning.
Good morning.
All-Star Day, but the day after the home run derby.
This, you know what? This is kind of like a chesty Tuesday.
Yes.
You should puff your chest out.
I like Chesty Tuesdays. You know that.
I know. That's
Chest
usually
Day Tuesday is my favorite day of the week.
Because it's usually after an Eagles big win and you're puffing your chest out. Absolutely.
Damn right. You get it, Amy.
Philadelphia.
Friend of the show, Amy Fadul over here. So, Amy, you were there last night. When we first started the show, John and I are All-Star Game greater than home run derby people.
You guys are wrong, Connor.
Oh, easily home run derby. Thank you, Amy, for being on the right side of history.
I at one point considered not watching last night because I'm like that anti home run derby because it's the same thing every single year. Until I said, all right, two factors. One, Philadelphia. Two, no nap for Coop yesterday. He was asleep before 8 o'clock, so I was able to just
you're locked in.
There was nothing. I had nothing else. And my wife and I don't talk to each other, so I was like, let me watch the home run derby. I put on the home run derby. And I was captivated by
It was awesome.
Philadelphia.
It was. First of all, I like that they went back to the old format.
Same. Thank you.
It was funny when I spoke with, I think I told you guys this last week, I had a chance to talk with Bobby Abreu and Ryan Howard at an event and just talk, shooting the breeze with those guys. And they both had the 10 out type of vibe. And they liked that so much better.
Yes.
They talked about the difference. If you're under that time constraint, they said you're pressing, you're just trying to hit as many balls as you can. You don't wait for a good one. They said it's just a lot different, and you tire yourself out quicker. Of course, I think the whole thing's tiring because you're launching balls over and over
It
again.
also goes longer, though. They were calling timeouts with the
because they
clock.
get
You
exhausted.
saw them getting tired.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's exhausting.
How hot
but
was it?
It was not that hot. I mean, it
Okay.
was warm, but it wasn't that hot. It was, I came in and I told you guys, it was one of the coolest things I've been to in my 17 years here in Philadelphia. And I would say 22 years in the business. By far. And I've been to a home run derby before. I went to the old Yankee Stadium one in 2008, which was Josh Hamilton, which is a crazy one.
Amazing.
Hambone just like crushing the ball.
40?
Some of those have not landed. All I could think about was when Caglione and when Harper hit those two monster shots. If those guys had a metal bat, because there was a high school kids that were in this. They had during one of the breaks, they had a couple of high school kids that
that's cool.
were the two finalists from their high school derby, and they had metal bats, and they had a couple out. If these guys had a metal bat, they would absolutely leave the stadium. And some of them are going on the Budweiser
potentially
roof
kill
deck.
somebody.
I mean, a car for sure that's parked out there. But the spectacle was amazing. The response to Bryce Harper and to Kyle Schwarber was that of a Red October vibe. It was that loud. Your seats were shaking. Everybody was on their feet cheering.
Awesome.
It was electric. I was texting people. I was like, honestly, I don't even have words to describe it fully. It was one of the coolest things I've ever been to.
Were you, maybe surprised isn't the right word, but this is a big event, so people from all over the place come.
And now,
there was a lot of Phillies fans there.
So that's true. So we walk in, and so I was walking in with my son and my husband, and so I looked at Shawnee, and I was like, oh, yeah, let's play a game and see how many different jerseys.
Yeah.
Because usually you go to a game and you see the jersey of the team that you're playing, and then sometimes a random Nationals jersey or Mets jersey just to try to troll.
Stupid Marlins man.
Marlins
was there.
man.
We actually saw him when we were walking in.
Yeah.
But you see maybe one or two. I was like, I saw Rays and Royals and Tigers and Angels. You probably saw 20 different jerseys offhand. But then when you really looked around, I was like, it's 80% Phillies fans.
And I was surprised. I guess I don't want to say surprised because it's our backyard.
There was a lot of
been 30 years.
So if you heard, did they broadcast the national anthem?
Yes.
Okay, so you could hear when everybody did the O.
Yeah.
So that's Orioles fans.
That's Orioles fans.
So that was a pretty good smattering right there. That, for it to be loud enough for you to hear that, there was a decent. So I think if you were on the 95 corridor, you probably came.
Sure.
We had friends that came down from New York. They came down. There was. They put a couple of Mets fans on the Jumbotron, which is exactly what you wanted to do. Well done, Jumbotron operator. And so I think there was Nationals, people that were in those areas. But I thought it was interesting to see, I saw some there was people sitting in this one section. I was kind of walking around, Tigers, and they absolutely came in from Detroit because they wanted to go and they had their kids and whatever
That's
else.
awesome.
But it was a huge amount of
They
Phillies
weren't
fans.
just McGonigal fans.
No,
They
no.
weren't, because I saw some of the Delco crew was out.
One guy
with
had
that, which is great. There was some Bonner.
Yeah, there was one guy had a Scooble jersey and the other
That's
guy had a
awesome.
Verlander jersey.
Yeah.
So good.
Well, that's cool, and I'm
That's
glad you
so
got to
good.
experience that. I'm
Shawnee
sure your son had
That
the
is
time of his life.
That is awesome
yesterday.
for the kids.
Yeah, and
too.
everybody stayed. There was no one that was leaving
Well,
early.
and-
or
and
anything.
The whole building
So
was.
I said this morning,
it was
and
packed.
I'm not trying to sound hot takey, but if Schwarber didn't get to the finals, I think a lot of that would have disappeared. I'm not saying necessarily the people. I'm saying that buzz.
Yeah.
If it was Wilson Contreras versus Jordan Walker, I don't think you're getting the same atmosphere in the championship round,
Right.
considering it was in Philly and how many Phillies
Yeah.
fans were there.
I think you would have gotten a good one just because it truly was a spectacle. We were funny because, we were booing all the other guys, but you stopped booing once they hit the ball because these things were being launched. And it was
Contreras-
and they did stop
Oh, my
booing when the
God.
balls
when
were
the
hit.
ball they booed him, and of course there was they booed Jordan Walker when the ball was hit because they wanted it to be an out. But
Yeah.
when the balls were hit and they were flying out at the clip, so they would put up the distance, they would put up the exit velocity, and I was just talking with Austin out there, these are. Usually physics tells you the faster the ball is pitched, the faster it's going to leave the ballpark, right? It has a better exit velocity.
Right.
These things are being launched still 112, 115 miles an hour exit velo, and the balls are being lobbed at 75 miles an hour. It's wild to me. 60, because they're ahead of the, right, they're not on the mound. They're in front of the mound type of vibe. So, they try to, make it smaller, and so therefore it seems like it's coming in a little bit faster. But they're not throwing it hard.
No.
And
That's just brute strength. Those guys
the
are
thing.
hitting
It was-
bombs with.
Yeah, but everybody, I thought, yes, it helped that Kyle Schwarber was in there because it was right there to the end. And we kind of, it was funny when he was announced he was going first, and I was like, that's good because he's still warmed up. But then I thought, I was like, wouldn't you want to be second to know exactly how many you have to hit?
Yeah, because the crowd would get
I'd rather
louder
go-
and
I'd
louder.
rather
Because they
go
really
second.
did. I mean, and they were doing a good job of like, all right, Philly, Kyle Schwarber needs you, and everybody they were on their feet for the entire final round. You watched the entire final round standing up for
Yeah.
both.
Well, he didn't get to go because of the fact that he had less, right? So he had to go first.
Right, but I
Right.
wasn't. Yeah.
Because but it's what a great event. And
Philly is like really shined.
we said it's on a roll.
We are on
We
quite a
is
roll.
on
We
a
look great,
roll.
everybody.
We have a couple polls running right now. I want to get your answers on both of them. And then I have my From My Couch top 5 moments last night from my seat. I wonder, with your vantage point, would I be accurate with said moments? A little Philadelphia bias in them. But what are the polls looking like right now? Thanks to Dr. Awadana Appel and the team at Iron Mountain Men's Health. He can keep 2 polls strong at the same time. What do we got?
Yes, he can. Our first poll: what major sports event in recent memory in Philadelphia did you enjoy the most? 3 options here: World Cup, Home Run Derby, or NFL Draft. You can also leave a comment. 46% of responders are saying the Home Run Derby, 26% saying World Cup, 24% saying the NFL Draft.
Somebody respond with recent memory. The draft was a damn near a decade ago.
That's
don't
what I
have,
said.
Yeah, but we don't have many.
Like,
we're talking about the major
we're
events
talking
where
about
it's not
major events.
Honestly, like
Not tied to a team.
we're driving down there and we're like, why Philadelphia? Why did it take 30 years? It's the first time it's at Citizens Bank Park, which isn't new.
No,
it was
it's
open
not.
in 2001. People like it's ridiculous. Like, come on.
So many new stadiums opening up.
Yeah, but there's been
was a big
stadiums
part
that
of
have
it.
had multiple All-Star games and they've been open less than 20 years.
Yeah. Like the one in Vegas is going to have one probably.
Well, the thing is,
5 years
you
in.
build a stadium, you get one. Like Camden Yards opened up. Then
Right.
next year they got one. It's like the NFL.
Right, so
you
2002 we were due.
You build a stadium.
Yeah, you
then
get a
next
Super
year
Bowl.
you usually get
It
a
just-
Super Bowl.
I think for the experience, I know people that have gone down to the All-Star Village. They're saying how cool that was, how much different and better it's been than the other ones.
Connor went
Yeah, I was in
loved it.
Dingers yesterday.
Yeah, it's better than the ones that were like down in Arlington a couple of years ago. I just think as an overall experience, it's super accessible. It's a great stadium. Enter whatever stadium you want. In this case, Citizens Bank Park, and the whole atmosphere around the city is just better. I just think that Philadelphia gets a bad rep. Like, there's no reason we shouldn't be hosting
No,
more things.
absolutely no reason. All right, and what's the other one? Because, Amy, before you give the results, I want Amy to answer it because
Okay.
this was a completely out of nowhere. We were off the air, John and I, and John was like, man, how great would it be if we see this tonight? And my immediate answer was, no, I don't want to see that. I want to see
You did
this.
not hear this, right?
I did not.
Okay, you did
Okay,
not hear
Connor,
this.
what's the poll?
How would you prefer the All-Star game to end tonight? A Kyle Schwarber swing-off or Joan Duran closing it out in the 9th?
Ooh.
Because that was my thought as I said, how cool would it be if it ended up in another swing off?
Duran.
And we got City, and you say Duran. That's
Yeah.
what Andrew said.
That's what I say.
Just because that. I mean, you did want to swing off. Everybody was hoping for like the 11-11, and maybe like he could take the title back or something like that, which is great because he's the people's champ. But the entrance for Duran is ridiculous, and to see that on this stage, knowing what I just saw at the Home Run Derby, people would be, because we all had those little bracelets or whatever. We don't even need bracelets because we bring our own bracelets for the Duran entrance.
Damn right.
We don't need bracelets. Which that thing, at one point I woke up like 2 a.m. and it was still.
You were wearing
still
your
blinking.
bracelet?
No,
Oh.
I didn't. It was downstairs. I couldn't figure out how to turn it off. So I was like, whatever.
It's just still running. Yeah,
just
it's
keep
perfect.
it
Just
going.
hit it with a hammer. That normally fixes it.
Now, the one question we're trying to get answered is, will they play it?
Will they play it? Because it is a major league game. Do they cater?
Stadium.
But do they? Okay, so will the American
Let's
League
think
close?
back.
Does the American
At
League
Yankee
close
Stadium,
or get
I'm
theirs?
pretty sure they played Inner Sandman when Rivera came on during the All-Star game in 2008. I will have to look that up. though.
Okay. I'm
That's what I
pretty
was
sure
trying
that
to
they
figure
will.
out. Yeah. I mean,
Well, if they're not going to play it, then I vote for Schwarber.
it's sort
taking
of a
back his
missed
crown.
opportunity if they don't. It's a missed opportunity
Yeah, because
for
I think there will
the
be.
visual
There
of it
are a
would be
lot of
amazing.
different fans, but it's still going to be worst case 75% Phillies. I mean,
Oh,
I
absolutely.
just
It's going to be awesome.
It's just
Yeah, I think it's a
there was
good play
easily
to
like
do
there was
it.
a good chunk of like, hey, there's other fans here, But when you heard it, you're like, no, they're not. It didn't seem like it. Like I saw them. I physically saw tons of other fans. But if when I was sitting in that stadium and I was walking around, I
felt like
thought,
you were at a Phillies game.
This is really strong.
It's going to be awesome.
All right.
I'm so excited for tonight. I can't wait.
All right, Amy, here are my top 5.
Okay, top 5.
Number 5, any bit of booing toward opposing players.
Actually very funny and on brand for us.
And
I
kids
appreciate it.
and kids missing fly balls.
That was
That was hilarious.
So there was I was
love
walking
that.
around and there was, I kind of posted up to watch it at different vantage point. And this woman next to me, she was like, "Can I ask you a question?" I was like, "Sure." And she's like, "Are they booing the kids out there that don't catch them?" I was like, "Yeah."
Welcome to the big leagues, kid. Yeah.
She's like, "How did they get that?" I was like, "The kids had to win some contest, like the fly ball, or it's like a chip pass and
Yeah,
yeah, you know what I mean. But it's not. But it's whatever the baseball version is of that. I think they had to be finalists.
Yeah. Well, welcome to the big leagues. So that's number 5.
You won some kind of contest, guy.
I don't know if you saw it from your seat.
Okay.
When Contreras was going up first. By the way to set the scene. Contreras hitting the home runs. He hit one to what was used to be known as Harry the K's, now the ghost bar deck or whatever. Up at the second level, a cop caught it in flight. And I thought that was an awesome moment because these balls were flying like crazy. And I thought it was cool. Police officer on duty. He's doing his job.
Yeah.
But he still let his inner child come out a little bit.
There was a baseball
the smile on
flying
his
at you.
face,
Yeah.
man. Oh, it was awesome.
He's going to tell people about that for decades.
Well, the video's going to be there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
for
video
sure.
will be there.
So I didn't get to see that, but that's a cool moment.
3, you already mentioned him. Well, both of them, actually. The Caglione, Bryce Harper, triple deck home runs in the first round of the playoffs. Even though they both didn't make it to the second round, that was what I went to see.
Mm-hmm.
Like the lefties in that ballpark.
That would put it up there.
That's what I put it on for. Who's hitting it up there?
Who's gonna hit to where Ryan Howard hit?
And I got both and further. Because Howard hit the first chair, right? Like those guys.
Howard's hit one 505.
Okay.
Still the longest in bank history.
Right.
And he's got like the third longest too, I think. But yeah, that's where you wanted it. That's where you wanted to see those lefties rake right down that right field line and just absolutely destroy the front facing and the third deck of those seats.
All right, number 2, the reaction when Contreras got brushed back by his pitching coach or whatever.
Isn't that
was
great?
So amazing.
The
it was
crowd
one of
reaction.
those. Everybody's like, "Whoa!" Like, did he just get pushed off the plate by his BP guy?
It was awesome.
It was great.
And then
awesome
Schwarber advancing to the final.
Oh,
like that, when the guy, because he was up against Contreras and Contreras didn't tie him. It was the place went nuts.
And Schwarber really had the flair for the dramatic because in his first 2, he set himself up, but he had only 8 outs left.
Yeah.
Or 8 swings left, pardon me. And I thought, okay, I mean, this is
Then he went off.
and then it was like June again. It was like, okay, now I'm just gonna crush these baseballs. And he did.
Awesome. Now it's amazing because we were still able to find a way to force feed LeBron James into the conversation.
Of course.
If
he should
LeBron
come
James
here and
watched that
He
last
should have
night,
been there last night.
Yeah, you know what? He should have been there last night. But even if he wasn't, if he put it on TV, because I know he's a sportsman, how does he not watch that last night and say,
This is a town I need to be a part of.
I needed to see this because Miami, they come at halftime and Cleveland,
leave in the third quarter.
I've already done this. Like,
It's so funny you say that because I've had these similar conversations when I'm out and about or we're at, NBC Sports Philadelphia and just like we all do. We just have conversations about it because it's an actual possibility, right? This is not some pipe dream like it was in 2018 where he really probably wasn't coming here. Like the idea of going back to Cleveland to me, while I understand it and I will totally listen, that's you. You're going to end your career where you grew up, fine. But you've already done that. You brought them a championship. You did it. Good job. Miami makes no basketball sense for me at all.
no.
And then you look basketball sense here, but also just the environment. Like, don't you want to be at a place? And maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm projecting or whatever. Don't you want to be at a place that cares about your team? Like when I moved here, people ask me, because I'm not from Philadelphia, I'm sorry to say, there's some people that might be surprised
You
by that.
fraud.
Exactly. You haven't been here.
I get asked all the time, what high school did she go to?
Yeah, it's my favorite thing. People ask, like, why?
Girls High.
Well, exactly.
That's where my mom went.
She doesn't seem like a girl's high.
Bambi. But I
Like
was
a Villa
like,
Maria.
oh, so I'm a private mainline girl.
Yeah, Villa
Okay.
Maria
good for
all
you.
over.
Fancy. I'm absolutely a public school girl through and through. Shout out Conestoga. But it was one of those questions that was always asked, like, what do you think about Philadelphia? What do you know about it? Why would you go there? I'm like, are you kidding? Everybody is into sports there. As a person that loves sports,
correct.
It's such a big thing for me to be able to go around and people are like, and you get it. Like,
Yes.
I'm sure you don't want to talk about this. No, sir, I actually do want to talk about it. This
really
is great.
enjoy
This
it.
is what I love to do. Being a part of a town where it lives and eats and dies and breathes everything with their sports, good, bad, there is no indifference. Like, we love our teams. We love to hate our teams. Don't you hate our team?
Yes.
But there is no indifference here. There's no level of apathy. You don't walk around. That's like when I talk to people about New York. I'm like, New York is a great sports town in certain areas, but other ones, they don't care at all.
Yeah.
They don't know what's going on. They're like, yeah, I know the Knicks won. Can you name the 5 players?
No.
I know there's Jalen. Okay. Can you tell me who the backup center is? We not only know the backup center, we know the backup center's brother.
Yeah.
We know his lineage. We know where he went to high school. We know the backup to the backup. We know that guy that they're trying to maybe play. That's
And we
a two-way
probably
player.
complained about them in the past week.
Absolutely. We survived
Right.
the process. Like, this place lives and breathes and does everything for their sports teams. And for me, a pitch to LeBron or anybody else is like, don't you want to be a part of that? Don't you want to be a part of something that's an entity that's its own living, breathing organism? And I don't understand why you wouldn't want to. To me, it's like I'm biased, but it's the best sports city in the world.
It is. And if
I
LeBron
think that is
James,
a great sales pitch.
It is.
I just don't understand why people are like
Miami would be a lifestyle choice.
right. Sure.
But it's also a story that he's already written.
That's again.
It's already written. Cleveland, he already went back home.
And he brought him a title.
Delivered the title. He's already written that book. Now, if he goes back and then
it's like
it's like you just
it's a
wrote a
footnote.
different book.
Don't you want to come here and bring this team to the finals?
Right, exactly.
That's what I was thinking. And last week we had Dave McMiniman on,
Yes.
who knows LeBron's camp.
Well,
he's a
lived
Cleveland
with him,
guy.
Yeah,
pretty much.
he knows his camp very well.
Cleveland, L.A., and Cleveland.
And when we had
Oh,
him on, I
And a
asked
Radnor
him.
high school graduate.
I asked him, I was like, what does LeBron want? Because like, if
Yeah,
he
'cause that's
says,
it.
hey, I want to play with Steph, all right, go for it, dude.
Totally
Like,
understand.
oh, you want to go back home, go for it. But if he's saying I want to win, well, then this is the place to do it. But Dave gave a pretty interesting answer about what else LeBron would want.
Also, he's a guy that likes being liked, and he likes being accepted and celebrated. And quite frankly, the experience that he had in Los Angeles, for a variety of reasons, that fan base never fully embraced him. At times they did, but it never felt like this beautiful fit. So that's another thing. I think he also wants.
So could you imagine wanting to be liked and wanting to be appreciated, and whoever the in-stadium announcer is this year announces LeBron James's name for
Matt.
the first time?
Come on,
Do you
Matt.
think
One
though,
more year.
Yeah, one more
Do you
year,
think
Matt.
though that opposing players look at us that way because of all the negative press that this city gets?
Listen, Ben Simmons still likes us.
He does. He says he'd come back.
I don't
here.
like him.
Yeah, I don't
no,
like him.
no, we don't want that.
But I mean, do you think that opposing players look at us that way?
I think when LeBron comes here, he is celebrated, and he has never played for the Philadelphia 76ers.
That is the truth. He is the truth.
And
He's celebrated. He's
Kobe
not even
got
from
much
here.
more grief. And Kobe was
Kobe's
a
from
visiting
here.
player. Was a visiting
But
player who's
there's
from
also a
here,
lot of
but
Lakers
got
fans
a lot
that
of
came out of the
got
woodwork.
a lot of grief.
that drove down
he also
76.
said that he wanted to kill the Sixers and kill Philadelphia.
heart out.
And he did do that.
Which, listen, as a competitor, whatever it gets
We respect
fired you
it.
up, go crazy. Like, Kobe's a legend. There's no doubt about it. They love him. They hate to love him because they know
Hate to love
yeah,
him, right.
but
Yeah,
it's
exactly. I think LeBron
you
would
respected
be
him.
so. Oh my gosh, I think this city
We're
would
just
explode.
so not used to having nice things, and now
Yeah.
we have a really nice thing in Jaylen Brown. What if we had 2 nice things?
And the Eagles have
We haven't
sort
even
of,
played
and the
yet.
Eagles have changed this whole mentality of
We're
the fan
allowed to
base
have nice things.
with the spoiled brats.
Hell yeah, man. And you know
Yeah.
what? I'd love to be spoiled even more.
Oh, wouldn't we?
All right, coming up next, baseball's so much fun right now until it doesn't exist for a year. We do
Oh,
have to give some of the comments
Don't
made
take
by
me.
players
No.
yesterday. And I will once again have to reiterate something I said a while back. You were on vacation, John. I still remember Andrew DeCecco was in studio that day. Stop trying to make us a part of your decision-making. If you really care about the fans, you'll leave us out of it. It's Kincade and Salciunas. Amy in Tuesdays with Amy here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Get a Bradford white water heater for your house because look, You want to make sure that when you turn on the hot water, it's there. You want dependable, comfortable hot water anytime that you need it. And Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best with super reliability with the finest components from around the world. And look, if your current water heater isn't getting the job done, and a lot of people have that problem, it takes a long time to get rolling. You could get one of their new tankless models, the Aerotherm hybrid heat pump model, or just get one of their just regular 25-gallon, 50, 75-gallon models for your home. You're going to find out that a Bradford White water heater is just so much better, so much more reliable, and honestly, more energy efficient too, which saves you money. So when you're taking your long, relaxing showers, when you are just trying to be able to run the laundry and the dishwasher and all the things you need the hot water for, you've got it whenever you need it. And since they're a local company, they understand exactly what you demand. And a plumbing professional will bring the perfect Bradford White model to your home. Check out BradfordWhite.com to learn more and find that plumbing professional, because how you heat your water, it matters. Choose my friends. They're the best at Bradford White.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Big flies at the bank. I'm Connor Thomas, and you saw a lot of those last night in the home run derby. Jordan Walker of the Cardinals won the derby in dramatic fashion, taking down Kyle Schwarber in the final. The crowd was a big part of the show as well. Loud cheers for Schwarber, vocal boos for the opposing players, including Walker, and he talked about it after.
I think it's pretty special because they love their players, and that's what you want where you play. I mean, I'd never hear people cheer so loud for, Schwarber and Harper. But, I can't hate them because that's their guy. So I just got to play the game.
Bryce Harper hit 8 home runs in the opening round, not enough to advance. But they've got a chance to show out again tonight, as do a lot of other players in the All-Star game. It starts tonight at 8 p.m. Christopher Sanchez will be on the mound for the National League. Kyle Schwarber will start at DH and bat leadoff for the National League as well. You can hear the ESPN radio broadcast of that game live here on The Fanatic. Sixers take on the Rockets at 4 p.m. as Summer League action continues. And the first World Cup semifinal is today at 3 p.m. France is taking on Spain. Amy Fadul will be with us for the remainder of the show. Jeremy Fowler of ESPN joins us coming up at 9:05. This update is brought to you by the Makem Group. Visit MakemGroup.com. The Makem Group supports contractors with one of the largest PVF inventories, from pipe, valve, and fittings to trusted brands. Count on the Makem Group to help you stay on schedule. Visit MakemGroup.com today. I'm Connor Thomas on the home of the 2026 MLB All-Star Game in Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic and The Fanatic.
back to Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
All right, it is 8:31 here on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic, and it is a Tuesday with Amy. Reliving last night, having a lot of fun. Let's get a couple of texts on the Davis Honda text line where you can feel the Davis difference. Check them out in Burlington. And then we'll give you some of the quotes because a lot of players spoke yesterday about the labor negotiations, and it's not great, and I just hope that they leave us out of it because I'm tired of them trying to say this is what's best for the fans, this is what's best for the fans, when what's best for the fans is you playing baseball. I don't care how much money you get paid. I don't care how much money the owners make. I want to watch the sport that I love, and the momentum that it has gained, you don't want that to come to a crashing
It's had a
halt.
renaissance. Baseball in the last couple of years has had a real renaissance.
And every sport that has added a salary cap that didn't have a salary cap before has gotten more competitive, has gotten more attendance, has set attendance records, has gotten in. So their argument is not legitimate.
Yeah. So we'll give you some quotes here in a minute. But what do we got on the Davis Honda text line, Connor?
Bruce checks in, says, I was unable to attend last night due to a schedule conflict, but my wife took our tickets and took her dad to the Derby. I talked to her this morning about it. She said it was incredible. Bedlam at the bank, loud. It was her favorite sporting event she has been to outside of Bedlam at the bank, and she loved everything about it.
Well, and Amy, you said before we even got on the air at 8 o'clock, we straight up asked you, what was it like last night? You were like, it felt like Red October.
It did. There's no other. I mean, it was, your seats were shaking. Everybody was locked in. Everybody was cheering. They were booing at the appropriate times.
Yes.
The energy
great.
in the building to
It
you
was
felt
electric.
like
It felt like Red
a
October.
big event.
And it was funny when we were walking out, when Schwarber lost, it kind of felt like a loss.
Like a loss, yeah.
You had to go that way.
People were like,
you had to go there.
There was like deflating. I mean, obviously it wasn't
Sure.
as deflating as a Red October loss. We've all been there. We've all seen those. But it definitely was like, oh, man.
Yeah, because our guy was
didn't
there. And he was one non-home run away. And unfortunately, Walker hit 4 straight. What
But
else we got?
it was absolutely Red October-ish.
Dave from Fortescue doesn't think we're dreaming big enough with our potential end-of-game scenario, Duran or Schwarber swing-off. He says you could get Duran in the 9th, a Brandon Marsh game-tying home run.
He'll be out of the game.
Brandon Marsh is potentially, yeah, you're right.
He'll be out of the game.
He'll be out of the
Bryce
game.
Harper game-tying home run, maybe we'll
Could
say.
be.
Harper,
Could be.
you could see.
And then
Harper, you could
Schwarber
see.
swing off.
But I think Schwarber and him will be out of the game by then.
Yeah, Schwarber and
Marsh will be out of the game by
both
the
be
end of the
gone.
game.
Well, the swing off you can still do, right?
Yes.
Yes, the swing off you can still do.
Yes, then Harper's got to hit the game tying. So
Right.
Duran into a Harper homer into Schwarber swing off.
Really
Perfect night.
Then
Cross the road.
then that would be the greatest. Yes.
That could be the greatest.
Then they would shut down the All-Star game because it will never be topped.
You're right. No, that would
It
be the
would
best
never
one
be
ever.
topped.
Or it'll be in Philadelphia forever. It'll
Exactly.
just be the
Like, well, we're just
Philadelphia
gonna
All-Star
do it.
game.
Boy, it'd be fun.
All right, a couple of quotes from yesterday, and of course, it's all the big name players, which means the big money players or the soon-to-be big paid players that feel the most open to talking about this. Paul Skeens yesterday, quote, both sides kind of have their line that they're not going to cross. Whether that results in missing games or missing a season, we'll see. Don't will see me, Paul Skeens. All right, I come to watch you play baseball. I don't come to watch you in a courthouse with labor negotiations. Juan Soto says that the salary cap sucks and it shouldn't be there. Well,
guy
yeah, you're
makes
getting paid $765
Juan
million.
Soto, you can tell, has never taken an economics class.
Hundreds of millions of dollars.
Mike Trout chimes in, quote, it's trying to minimize the years and obviously the totals. For sure, we see that. I think baseball's in a good spot right now, and we can't mess this up.
Correct.
Thank you.
Don't mess it up.
So don't mess it
Mike.
up.
Yes.
When I heard, I forget who I went off on, John, is when you were out, Andrew DeCecco was in.
Did you save all your good stuff for when I was out?
Yes.
Okay.
It was one of the sides of the negotiation, players or the league. I forget which one. And they dropped we don't like that other side's proposal. We don't think it's best for the fans. And I said, shut up.
Oh,
Shut
I like
up.
that.
Don't fans think.
Yeah, don't make it about us because it's completely disingenuous.
I want to see you play April 1st, March 30th, whatever date it is.
Yeah.
I want to see you play.
They are not thinking about us.
Yeah, and stop.
Not
Stop
once.
trying to
Not
make it a
once.
fans thing because the fans thing, we have nothing to do with it. And the thing is, guys, we saw what happened the last time a lockout happened. Baseball disappeared.
It took two guys that were clearly juicing to bring it back.
Yes, it absolutely did.
And even then, there was people that were like,
So bring back steroids. Let Johan Rojas juice.
It took years. It took years to get back.
Years. I mean,
everybody.
I would say like
back
decade.
Because they've set. Oh, it did. Because they've set, and thankfully, but I mean, it took the attendance to get back to what it was. It took years.
And the way that they've done so many improvements to the game as far as the viewing experience with the pitch clock and some of the others. I mean, baseball was getting older, right? It was the viewership. That's a metric that you can absolutely measure. It was an older one. And it was because it was too long. That was like the biggest complaint. Like, my kids don't want to go. It's too long. They don't know whatever. And now you've got a rejuvenation in the last 5 years.
Absolutely.
Certainly. And there's a lot of big names. There's a lot of just general interest by people that are kind of
showing personalities.
Yeah,
They're not
tangentially
policing the game as hard.
Right. The last two postseasons, Fox has seen a drop of the average viewership of who watches the postseason on Fox's numbers. Went down 3.5 years average 1 year. Went down another 4 years last year.
That's huge.
They're getting the average TV viewer down.
So you're having people that are in their 30s and 20s watching.
That are now coming back going, okay, I can devote 2 hours and 10 minutes.
And then now you're going to lose all of that momentum if you shut down for a year.
Mason Miller yesterday, quote, "I still have some optimism. The place that the game's at right now, I think killing that momentum is kind of fruitless for everybody." I appreciate Mason Miller saying that. Now, Mason Miller, I don't know how much money he's going to end up making.
A fortune.
He's one of the best relievers in Major League Baseball, but he's not going to get starting pitching money because it hasn't seemed like that's going to happen. But he's right to say killing that momentum is kind of fruitless for everybody. Both sides need the momentum. The owners need momentum for people to come to your games.
You need butts in the seats.
Yes.
You need people to buy your merch, and you need people to watch the games. All of those things are tied in. That's revenue. How do you pay the players? Revenue.
And
then you kill your revenue stream by killing your product.
And again,
this is like simple economics.
The guys who are the guys who are the bottom 60% of rosters, NFL, NHL, NBA. So the bottom 60%, not 50, not 40, 60, all significantly make more money after a salary cap. It's the top 40 that doesn't see significant rises. It's the bottom 3/5 of the team. Everybody makes more. Yeah. Those guys still get paid, but the rest of the team starts to make more money.
Yeah, Juan Soto says it would suck because he's making $765 million.
And Bryce Harper, when he tells the commissioner, get the F out of here, Bryce Harper's speaking because he makes $28 million a year. And Bryce Harper didn't give a damn about the guy making
He's not even
$1
at
million.
the top. I mean, these guys, Bryce Harper's not even in the top 10 anymore.
Right. But in that locker room, he was, and he doesn't care. Of course, he doesn't want that message. But the rest of the guys in the locker room who aren't making $28 million a year, they want to hear that message.
I think there's a room for. I don't want to be out there on an island where the owners are 100% right because I don't think that's true.
And it's not.
But I feel like there's going to be people are going to think it's black and white, like you're either on this side or you're that side, which I am firmly not. I think that the ownership cannot have this carte blanche of all right, well, we're just going to institute salary cap, and now we have control over everything.
Right.
And there has to be the league overriding. Like what we're talking about is the other leagues that do it, the collective bargaining agreement. That's why it's called a collective bargaining agreement, right? It's everybody comes together. The league oversees portions of that. So it's the players' union and it's the ownership groups. And it's the league. That's an all-together type of thing. So it's not like the owners are going to be like, all right, we want a salary cap, and if you don't want it, you hate baseball. I don't think that that's as simple as it is. That's what it sounds like for a lot of people. And when I'm talking to people, they're just like, well, why would you ever side with the owners? I'm like, I'm not saying I'm siding with the owners.
No.
And I'm not saying I'm siding with the players. I'm saying you have to come together with a compromise. I think there's ways to do this where the bottom half of the guys that are not getting paid and will not be paid fairly the way that a salary cap would adjust can come up, while the guys at the top are still eating. Because let's face it, when you're looking at the revenue stream, you have to have the Paul Skeens. You have to have the Kyle Schwarbers.
Yeah.
You can't have Joe Schmo. You can't always have that guy. That guy helps your team. Don't get me wrong. You need him to do everything. You need him to bat 250 and get you 10 home runs and drive in 80. But you have to have the guys at the top. And if you don't have them, it won't work. It doesn't mean you give them carte blanche either.
Amy's point earlier, though, is totally true. You don't have to say one side's right, one side's wrong, because the players aren't wrong. The owners aren't wrong. They're both. It's a negotiation.
Yeah,
and the owners are going to ask for what they don't believe that they're ever going to get.
Correct.
The players are going to ask for what they don't believe they're ever going to get.
In the middle.
Because it's a negotiation.
You have to pay the big guys. It doesn't mean that you have to pay them $765 million, but you do have to pay them because those are your marquee players.
Now, I do not like the owners trying to impose the length of contract.
Right.
Like, I do not agree with that.
Especially because they're the ones that start.
I think an owner
they're the ones that have these, all right.
I think an owner should be. I think a player should be able to say, "You want to lock down a player for 10 years? The player should be able to get it."
Absolutely.
I think the deferred money by owners should not be allowed.
The Ohtani thing
should not be allowed.
A lot of this, you have to look at the Dodgers as the inception of a lot of these things when you're reading some of the proposals that are put out there. I also don't like the thing that the owners try to do, and I mean as a whole, because I don't think that that's really here in Philadelphia. I think that we're a bit of the exception. It seems like our ownership group just wants to win, and so they can do what it takes. But as a whole, the manipulation of the time of service, I don't like that they've been doing that.
And that's not fair either.
And that's something that should be a very big sticking point for the players because that's something they've been manipulating for decades at this point, trying not to pay these guys because of how the collective bargaining agreement works on the back end.
There's not one right answer. There's not
correct.
one right
it's not
side.
black and white.
There is one right answer. Leave the fans out of it.
But there is one right answer.
That is correct, Andrew.
The salary cap has been successful and has helped grow every sport that has implemented it.
Yep. Hopefully the fun
factual.
of last night can continue the rest of the season and can continue in 2027.
Mojo.
All right, coming up next, big paid players want big money. I get it. Yesterday, if you missed it earlier, very special moment for Brandon Marsh, who had such a great answer about just his excitement and appreciation for being an all-star starter. And it just goes to show you that it's nice to see good people have good results. And you'll hear this clip coming up next. It'll make you even more of a Brandon Marsh fan here on the other side here on Kincade Salciunas 97.5 The Fanatic.
Only 4 teams remain in the FIFA World Cup, and there's no better place to be than Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform. Maybe you want to trade on who's going to win the whole thing. Your options, France, Spain, Argentina, and England. But that's going to get whittled down to just 3 options after today. France takes on Spain, and they're trading at a 59% probability to win. France is the favorite in the whole thing right now, so $100 trade is going to pay out $162 if they advance to the final today by taking down Spain. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in the live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app. Make sure you use code FANATIC because you're going to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade the beautiful game. 18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
Inside the Birds, Jeff Mosher.
The foundation of what
It is a Tuesday with Amy. Amy Fadul in studio with us. She was in the building last night, Citizens Bank Park. We want to hear from you. If you were at the Home Run Derby yesterday, tell us about it, your experience. It's been 30 years since we had one here in Philadelphia. And as John pointed out, there was a lot of revisionist history yesterday, talking about how great of a night it was in 1996.
It was the hottest Sunday afternoon.
It was a daytime.
It was like a Sunday
and you're
afternoon.
on that
People were
AstroTurf, right? So probably for the players.
It was an afternoon.
Yeah,
Sunday
Ricky's
afternoon.
talked about it.
And it was a
how
melting,
hot it was.
a melting pot.
Because when you guys have been on AstroTurf, like stuff is just emanating heat.
I've said I've wondered. I wondered if the years that I spent in that building getting sound after games, all those years, I remember watching the vapors coming off the floor. I wondered if my cancer came from it. My early cancers came from it.
There's unfortunate
so many Phillies around that era.
I don't know.
Because I remember once with Kruk and I had testicular cancer within within years of each other at that time, and I wondered about that. Like that building was terrible.
Could have been.
It was a horrible place.
It was the old Ravens coach. Well, he was a Vikings coach and kicking up the turf. Remember?
Oh, that was the game they called
Brian
off, right?
Billick.
That's the game they called off, right?
Yeah, he was kicking it up, and that's a very I wasn't here. I was in.
But that's a vivid memory. Yeah.
Middle school or something. I don't know how it was.
They called off the game.
Yeah.
Well, it was part of the turf.
Yeah, they said we are not playing this preseason game here. It's terrible.
Speaking of that home run derby, do you guys know who won said home run derby in 1996?
No.
It was one Barry Bonds.
Barry Bonds would have been.
Well,
they asked him about charging Ricky Bobby.
Oh, yeah, we played it. It was awesome.
That's awesome.
Do you know who came in second? Very similar guess.
Ricky Bo.
No.
Canseco.
No, well, you're right.
McGuire?
Yes.
Yes. But
we're trying to get baseball back,
here's
people,
what
okay?
Here's what I'm going to say to you, though, is watch, though. Like in the NBA old days, the star players sold their sport. The star players participated in these things like it was the marquee of marquee guys always participated.
Yeah.
Nowadays in these sports, a lot of the marquee guys do not. Baseball does a pretty good job of this.
Baseball, I think, as when you look at all, and I will take the new NHL. If they continue the Four Nations, I think that's pretty amazing. That's very close to me. Major League Baseball's All-Star is the best of all.
It is the best
one.
It's the best one. Everybody does it. Everybody's into it. They're all locked in, and they always have been. It's the best one.
When hockey just did this odd thing where they did the Canadians versus the United States.
Where they just did the skills thing
that was
sometimes.
Awesome. But
the Four Nations thing, I enjoyed that thoroughly.
That was awesome.
By the way, in third place in that 1996 home run.
Sosa.
No, but very similar type of player. But this guy was the most egregious of them all.
What?
More egregious than Mark McGuire?
Not the first baseman of the Texas Rangers.
No, it was Brady Anderson.
Oh, well, yeah.
Oh, that's it. Brady Anderson.
You're thinking Rafael Palmeiro.
Yes, Brady. Well, he went in front of Congress and lied.
Yeah, Brady Anderson was 15 home runs, 15 home runs, 15 home runs, 50.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Rafael Palmeiro still has 500 home runs,
I got
right?
you. But I mean,
he was still good. He just
Brady
wanted to get
Anderson
better.
hit 50 of
Brady
his
Anderson
210 career home runs
Brady
in
Anderson
1
and
year.
Jay Gibbons were these guys are I never hit a home run. Now I'm going to hit 1,000
the
of
whole
them.
Sitting in front of Congress, wagging your finger at people and saying,
"Listen,
you're wrong. I'm not lying."
To quote George Costanza, "It's only a lie if you don't believe it."
Yeah, exactly. All right. Yesterday, Brandon Marsh did not play in the home run derby, but he was there watching.
Yeah, he was.
Awesome.
You were saying during the break how cool it was to watch
my favorite thing.
The players' reactions to their peers doing things that they're like, I can't do that. That's amazing. Here was Brandon Marsh yesterday. Mark DeRosa asked him just sort of how this whole feels, how this all comes together. Career that was a little wishy-washy early on, former top prospect. He's named a starter in his home ballpark, and this was his answer.
To be honest, I'm getting chills right now just thinking about it. And I don't think it's really fully hit me yet. It might hit me tonight during the Derby watching all these guys hit 500-foot homers. But just being able to put this hat on, be in a locker room with these guys, a lot of dudes that I look up to, not just as baseball players, but as individuals and the way that they carry themselves. it's hard to put it into words what this means, and I'm just super honored. Truly am. I'm honored to be here with these guys, and I'm gonna just try to be a sponge and soak up as much information as I can from these guys, because there's so much to learn from their minds and all their physical talent. So yeah, it's what a crazy ride. You said going back to Buford, a lot of ups and downs, but thankful for it all, because no way I'm here without going through all those tough times, man.
He's incredible.
Yeah, it's awesome.
The way he carries himself, he's just an incredible.
This is a guy that last year went 0 for April.
Yeah.
That's
April.
That's incredible.
And since then,
it was batting 108 and was sent down. And it literally
the turnaround is incredible.
Since May 25th of last year, so well over a year, he's batting like 320 or 318. I can't remember which. It's over 300 for a calendar year, which is remarkable.
It really is amazing. It really is. But it's good to hear, like,
the genuine nature,
just happy,
like just a genuine
that gets me, man.
nature. Like, you just talk to him, and he is just genuinely excited about playing baseball. He's genuinely excited about being a part of certainly this All-Star weekend. You saw that last night, but like his face when watching Kyle Schwarber and Bryce Harper were up. You've seen him when he's up on the rails in the dugout. It's the same face, but it's even maybe more joyful and more relaxed because he's like, this is actually awesome. I don't have anything else to do. I don't need to worry about getting my mind right. He just enjoys being a part of it all. And just, you hear that. I think and you saw that. Luzardo was out there last night. They all were just genuinely enjoying everybody. Duran, they were all out there. It was great.
One thing I've always appreciated Marsh for, the platoon stuff come playoff time. You were mentioning like sitting at the top of the dugout.
And the first guy greeting the guy who's in place of him.
Yeah, when people said he should have been the everyday starter or whatever, statistically he shouldn't have been. Maybe now he would be, but at the time, like, that must have been a kick in the stones.
Guys, he was a top prospect. He was the top prospect in the Angels organization. He was a big, highly touted prospect coming out of high school.
Big trade.
Right, it was like, here we go. You're our guy.
Untouchable prospect, Logan O'Hoppe.
He comes here. He asks a platoon. He scuffles. He doesn't do everything. People are expecting all of this of him. And then to still have that same kind of joy, to find the same kind of joy, even when you're struggling, and when you're trying to get yourself right, is pretty remarkable. But there's a great video. Lehigh Valley Iron Pigs put it out when they named him an All-Star. And it was when he was down on a rehab assignment. He is the first guy greeting everybody when they come off. He's in the hallway down under the dugout, greeting all of them. And you can tell it's like a little lipstick camera, or we call lipstick camera, like a side camera, because it was locked in. It was movement. It wasn't like a social media guy following them around. So it was like a locked-in camera they have just walking down that tunnel, greeting every single player. Guys that he's never going to see again and probably didn't know before he got there, greeting every single one of them with like a hug, high five, fist bump, whatever, just saying good game. Like, that's when you see stuff like that, I'm like, that's who he is. That's a guy that is genuinely, you have to root for him.
Yeah, absolutely. Well said, Amy.
Yes, you do.
All right, coming up.
On the
good old Beardo.
Appreciation.
Good old Beardo.
Coming up next, Jeremy Fowler. He's still working. These coaches, executive scouts lists are dropping every single day. Yesterday was quarterbacks. And I got to follow up something that Middays with Marks asked him, where he was very complimentary of Jared Goff. And the reason why Jalen Hurts was 17th was because teams don't fear him. Well, can't you say the same about some other quarterbacks ahead of him? It's not his ranking. It's just he did the work for it. We'll talk to Jeremy coming up next. Also, how would we react if this was in Philadelphia? I always love doing stuff like that. It's Kincade Salciunas, Amy with us, 97.5, The Fanatic. All right, biggest stage of the world. FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge is changing the game. Now, biggest stage of the world in baseball tonight, All-Star game. I'm betting the National League, minus 136 on the money line. But, of course, there's also more World Cup action this afternoon. When your player gets subbed off, your bet normally goes with them, but not anymore, because with FanDuel Super Sub, if your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. So when your player that you bet on leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So you're still in it till the final whistle. And for some of us not big soccer fans out there, and you're looking for something to continue to keep watching, and bets are a big part of it, this is good for me. This is good for a lot of you. Just visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now. That's FanDuel.com/local. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. You got to be 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
An electric derby night. I'm Connor Thomas, and Jordan Walker of the St. Louis Cardinals won the home run derby at Citizens Bank Park last night. Dramatic fashion as well, taking down Kyle Schwarber in the final. The crowd was a huge part of the conversation after. And of course, Philadelphia, you knew we had cheers, also boos for the opposing teams. And that was something that stuck with a bunch of the players. Hopefully, the All-Star weekend will stick with a bunch of the guys. Bryce Harper hit 8 home runs in the opening round. Not enough to advance, but he still talked about the excitement of seeing all of the All-Star ongoings in the city of Philadelphia.
I hope everybody enjoys it. I hope they see the city. I hope they see the community and what it's all about, how great our fan base is, how fired up the city gets for us. So I hope people enjoy that aspect of it.
That via NBC Sports Philadelphia. Speaking of the actual game, the All-Star game is tonight at 8 p.m. Christopher Sanchez will be the starting pitcher for the National League. Kyle Schwarber will start at DH and bat leadoff. You can hear the ESPN radio broadcast live here on 97.5 The Fanatic. The Sixers take on the Rockets at 4 p.m. today. Their Summer League action continues. And the first World Cup semifinal is today at 3 p.m. France takes on Spain. Amy Fadul will remain with us for the rest of the show in studio. Jeremy Fowler of ESPN joins us coming up next to talk more about the lists he's been putting together of the coaches, executives, and scouts poll on where players rank around the NFL. I'm Connor Thomas on the home of the 2026 MLB All-Star Game in Philadelphia, 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
Kincade Salciunas, Phillies Sports Talk, 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
And it is a Tuesday with Amy, which means Amy Fadul in studio with us this morning, reacting to the home run derby, the incredible scenes at Citizens Bank Park last night. You should be proud of yourself, Philadelphia, as you continue to just crush every big moment that comes our way, and we continue to shoot down every nonsensical opinion of how bad we are and how horrible it is to be here.
We're the best.
It's
We
amazing.
showcased it
It's amazing.
multiple times now.
Yeah, I mean, and we have a
Over
poll
and
running going back to the NFL draft that took place in
Which was awesome.
2018. That I was I'm sure you were working it too. Like I was there for the Fanatic, and like it was everywhere I looked, everybody I talked to, and I saw I was doing content for the Fanatic years ago. I was seeking out non-Eagles fans to be like,
Right.
what do you think?
Yeah,
Well,
what do you-
They all loved it.
It's great.
Everybody.
And that's what we saw with the World Cup. And we encountered, you're looking at fans from literally all over the world.
Yeah.
Philadelphia is great. I love it here. This is amazing. Everybody's so nice. People are so friendly. It's a beautiful city. I'm like, I know it is. If you could just go ahead and just put that out there into the ether, that would be great because we get a bad rap here. Why? You're so nice. Everything's so friendly. It's so accessible, which is very important for a lot of people coming here. They don't know how to get around. And so,
Right.
because you're going to a new city, right? You go to New York, it's fairly easy to get around. It's just, there's just too many people. It's just too much stuff. But it's a grid and you get it. I think Philadelphia is so accessible. And you want to get to places like people that I know that were at the convention center earlier in the day for the All-Star Village. Then they just were like, oh, well, I just came right down Broad Street. I'm like, you did, didn't you?
Yeah.
You came right down Broad Street, sir. And it was easy, wasn't it? It was. And the subway was nice. Okay, well, maybe maybe you went too far with that
convenient.
one. But I appreciate you.
How about we'll go convenient?
I appreciate you, sir.
Yes. We'll go. I mean, Bryce Harper loves the subway system,
Who doesn't
clearly.
love the subway?
All right, real quick before we get to Jeremy Fowler, how would we react if it would happen here? This would never happen here. This will never happen in the National Football League. In case you don't know, we are already 7 weeks into the CFL, the Canadian Football League. We're with the midway.
The
point.
Argonauts.
Did you guys not know this?
They have
the
two
Grays.
teams with the same.
That's your team?
Two teams have the same nickname, too.
What?
I think. Yeah, two teams in the Canadian Football League had the same nickname.
That's not good.
Like, imagine like two
There's
Eagles.
only 8 teams.
Like
or 9
two Cowboys.
teams. You mentioned the Argonauts. Thank you for picking the Argonauts because they're the topic of discussion here.
That's Toronto, right?
Correct.
Yes, the Argonauts, their starting quarterback, Chad Kelly, played in the NFL, former Bronco, former Colt, played college at Clemson and Ole Miss, bounced around a little bit. Do you know what their team is dealing with to start the season?
The Argonauts?
Yes.
With
Snow? I don't know.
what do you?
I don't know.
Their field.
I'm trying to think of the most Canadian thing ever.
Their field is being used by one of the World Cup countries. I haven't been able to figure out just yet.
That's amazing.
They start their season with a 7-game road trip.
Oh, no.
Could you imagine the Eagles not playing their first home game until week 8?
Well, it could be
even the lowest of the franchises in the NFL would never have that
do
happen.
that.
College football Division II wouldn't have that happen here.
It was the
wild.
It was the Ottawa Rough Riders and the Saskatchewan Rough Riders.
Oh, of course you need 2 Rough Riders.
We're both Rough Riders. We're both teams in the CFL, but the Ottawa Rough Riders ceased operations.
Okay.
Yes, I remember that.
Because they said we're the Rough Riders around here. You go away. But the reason why I bring it up, Chad Kelly's literally saying how
of course, that's where the Stampede is.
He's literally saying how much they're struggling because they haven't been to their houses. Like they play a game.
7-game road trip.
That's 7
and they're
weeks.
also practicing away from home.
I guess so.
Unless they have a practice field.
What
That
are you
seems
doing,
kind of
going
weird.
home and then going right back?
I mean, for your quality of life, I hope so. Hope you're not on the road for 2 months and never see anybody you know.
That's unbelievable.
Except for the teammates. We think there's fights at training camp after seeing the same jersey for 2 weeks.
Right, exactly.
Can you imagine? If you didn't get to go home in 2 months? You would kill your teammates.
6 of their final 11 games will be at home, so they don't even play an even amount of home and road games. It's all because of the World Cup stuff,
which we appreciate, but no.
Yeah, all right. Not we wouldn't appreciate that here.
We would not.
All right, joining us now here on Kincade and Salciunas on this Tuesday with Amy. He graced the Midday Show presence yesterday. He's now gracing us with his presence this morning. Our man Jeremy Fowler from ESPN. Jeremy, good morning. How are we?
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for having me.
Congratulations again for taking the world by storm with the annual Executives, Coaches, and Scouts poll. How many years have you done this? Do you know, Jeremy?
Yeah, we actually started in 2020, so this is the 7th year. I was asked, an editor at the time, hey, we want to do some top 10 rankings. What do you think? And then I'm like, well, I can do that, but my first thought was people inside the league probably know a lot better than I do who should be ranked where. So why don't we just ask them? And then it became this big thing. So, this is the 7th year we've done it.
Has there been a controversial result that you can think of? Because as you can imagine, the Jalen Hurts ranking has been talked about a lot since it dropped yesterday at 6 o'clock.
So, just controversial ranking overall, or with the quarterbacks? I would say
overall.
Jalen
Is there one that comes to your mind, your memory, man, people really hated this one?
Well, a couple days ago, Leonard Williams out of Seattle was the top defensive tackle over Jeffrey Simmons, who had a huge year. So there was more uproar about that than I thought. That was a big one. So that was a slight. Just yesterday, the Drake May number 8, Patriots fans hated that. Jaden Daniels is 12. He's a better player than that, but I think Washington fans understood because of the injuries last year. Jordan Love, Packers fans were not happy, 13. And then, of course, Jalen, 17. So quarterbacks always elicit the most reaction, but sometimes you get a sneaky position that's not as of much interest but creates a lot of noise, like defensive tackle the other day did.
I spoke to an NFL executive yesterday who said one of the most impressive things about your list is the fact that you get so many people in the league to participate in it. And it also, the amount of responses you get makes it a more valid ranking. So congratulations on that. I was putting out some numbers. I was putting out some numbers today on Jalen Hurts, though. is the idea is that I can't get over 17. If you now none of us like on this show, whether it's Andrew or I or even Amy with us here, are contesting not top 5, not top 7. There's no contesting that. But 17 to me is absurd. And
I know, yeah.
And I look at it and I say, these front offices, is it wrong for me to say front offices aren't as smart? Because I looked at the last 10 years, turnover in front offices is bigger than it's ever been. More undrafted free agents make Pro Bowls than have ever made it in the history of the game. So to me, these front offices have never had more personnel, never spent more money, never had more time and eyeballs on things, and they make more mistakes than they ever have.
Yeah, there's some validity to that, I would say. Now, with quarterback in particular, this is the position I get the most responses on, and it's wide-ranging. I try to rely heavily on people that are scouting the game as a whole heavily. So you think, assistant GM types, number 2s, number 3s, number 4s in personnel departments. I like talking to coordinators for the other side of the ball because they game plan against these guys specifically. So you're spending a whole week studying that particular player because he's a marquee player. So there might be some truth to that overall, but by and large, with the responses I get at the quarterback position, I find it's pretty good, pretty accurate, and it's a flawed system because of the composite ranking. So, it's never going to be perfect by any stretch. But the thing with Jalen Hurts, it is silly that he's 17, yes. He belongs on the top half of the league. But to give you an example, I want to say 15 of the quarterbacks, stopping with Baker Mayfield at 15, got 30% of the votes, which means they were on 30% of the ballots turned in to me. Jalen Hurts was on 15%. Trevor Lawrence was on 15%. And all of Jalen's votes were 9 or 10. So it sort of is what it is. It was pretty clear that's where he fell based on this exercise, which is imperfect. But
sure,
yeah, he belongs higher. Yes, it's tough. You take Trevor Lawrence, 16. He plays in Jacksonville, which is a small market. He's had an up and down career. He also, for the last 8 games of last year, was really, really good and probably a top 10 quarterback. So it is all relative, and I would say if you're it's a haves or have-nots situation. You either have a quarterback or you don't. Philly does. So it's sort of irrelevant where he falls in that way.
Jeremy, in reading the article, and I'm a big fan of this particular top 10 because I love that someone came to you and you said, well, I'm not just going to do it just to do it. We're going to get one that has a real, kind of metric behind it. And you have the numbers and you're talking to different people. And I think that's really important. It's interesting to me that there's quotes that you used from, different, whether it's AFC or NFC, guys that have had to face him, front office folk and coaching otherwise, that have some glowing praise for him. It seems like his Super Bowl credentials get him to a certain amount of votes, but not high enough. Here's a guy within the last, 3 years, has been to 2 Super Bowls, outplayed Patrick Mahomes in both of them, and was in the MVP discussion several different times. It's just interesting to have such a fall off from 2024, where he was number 9, to this year where he's 17. Do you account that for the rockiness of the offense last year, or is it Jalen Hurts specific?
So it's probably a combination.
Mm-hmm.
I would say that number 9 ranking was probably a little reluctant. It was a reluctant 9.
Yeah.
Because he was great. You can't take that away from him. There's a great deal of respect in the league for Jalen Hurts, but it wasn't his Super Bowl performance in that season, at least in my voting process last year, didn't strike me as a confirmation bias of this is the guy we always loved.
Yeah.
Pre-draft, throughout his NFL career, now he made it and stamped it. It was more he won a Super Bowl, so he's a good player, but I still don't have him above these 8 guys.
Mm-hmm.
So, but look, he was number 9 pretty convincingly in that year, so he earned that. But it's tough because it's a complicated conversation with him because teams do have a great deal of respect for him. They respect his intangibles, his toughness, particularly his deep ball. He throws a great deep ball. He's big in big games. So all those things are accounted for. I think the problem really, especially from a schematic standpoint, or when defensive coaches are preparing for him, I just feel like he doesn't see the middle of the field well. He doesn't make quick decisions. And so when you're game planning against Philly, you're game planning against Saquon Barkley and the offensive line. You're game planning against A.J. Brown, for the most part. You're obviously a game planning against Hurts, too, but he's not number one on the scouting report, I would say. So that puts you in the conversation of quarterbacks. Are you winning because of the player or with the player? The guys that you win because of, you're scouting them number one. They're on the top of the scouting report. So my sense is with the Eagles, Jalen Hurts is not that. So that's kind of why he falls where he falls for the most part, if I were to kind of explain it in simplest terms.
Jeremy, I know you can't expose anybody in this.
Expose them, coward.
But what I'm interested in is
keep doing it.
When I talk about Jalen Hurts, when we talk about Jalen Hurts, almost every single day on this show, we'll get he's the best, and we'll also get he stinks, and he's not. He's in the middle. But I'm curious, is there anybody that you talk to during this that has a much more negative perception on Jalen Hurts? Because you're talking about intangibles, right? Toughness, and the guy's a winner, and great teammate, and all that kind of stuff. But when you're talking about the game planning thing, what I'm getting with you, without you saying it, is there's defensive coordinators that are we're not worried about this guy at all. What's the most negative thing you've heard about Jalen Hurts from somebody during your conversations leading to these rankings?
Well, some of what I explained about just the struggles as a pocket passer, and then also that maybe his running has diminished a little bit. Not only is he running less, but can he be as effective as a runner? Because I do think we talk about game planning against the player and whether he scares you. It's Jalen was picking up first downs on the run, or obviously with the tush push. It felt like last year maybe that diminished a little bit, whether willingly not wanting to run as much, or maybe the system wasn't creating the openings for him. But it felt like to some evaluators that maybe the explosiveness had diminished a little bit in that regard too. So it's a variety of those factors. I don't think it's a situation where, this guy can't play, we're not worried about him. It's just you're worried about the other guys first, I would say. So he doesn't really there's not the fear factor isn't sick. It would be for some of the top guys. I know. It's a tough conversation because if you want to find the negative, you can find it. You can get the criticisms. I chose for this exercise not to go with a quote that I felt was more neutral.
Okay.
He's got one of, if not the best deep ball in the game. One of them, as a quarterback, I would say he'd be the top. He's, by the way, 2 of the last 4 years, he's been the top pocket passer QB rating. And people talk about him, they worry about him being a guy that can throw from the pocket. I mean, it's it's the talking points that are around the NFL on him. I think some people don't have Google. It's stuff. And I look, too, at, I did a number, and I tagged you on the tweet this morning. Because I thought it was a really good piece. Hurts is 22-13-1 with a .629 winning percentage in the regular season versus all the quarterbacks ranked ahead of him. He's 5-3 in the postseason, and he has an .800 winning percentage versus the 3 quarterbacks ranked ahead of him that have a Super Bowl title. I mean, his winning. It's as if nowadays that stat has just been ignored. That being a winning doesn't get attributed to a quarterback.
Yeah, that's a fair discussion because we even look at Sam Darnold, who just won a Super Bowl and didn't crack the top 10. And he's had 2 really good years and won a lot, similar to Jalen Hurts. That's a worthy discussion. It's tough because it's a vicious cycle we could go in because you look at a player like Hurts and you say, okay, well, when the running game dried up last year, Hurts wasn't as good, right?
Sure.
But then also, most quarterbacks wouldn't be as good when the running game dries up. So it's we can go around in a circle on that. It's tough. I do go back to passing offense, bottom third of the league, really the last 2 years. It's tough. The top quarterbacks would never have that. It's hard to ignore that overall lack of an explosive passing game. Outside of the deep ball. So it's tough. I think people do go back to that a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where the recency is not enough. And it's one of the things we talk about here in Philadelphia is why doesn't Jalen Hurts get the credit? And it's because, he had A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. Well, you don't look at some of the other. He just doesn't have the overall kind of feel. And I think you made a really good point of it's almost like he overachieved, right? Here's a guy that they didn't expect to get to this point, so it's not like he's validating anything. He's not Patrick Mahomes as a top guy, and he's validating it by performing like that. It's like, oh, look at you. So how much do you I don't think there's a world in my mind, and maybe since you've been doing this now for 6 years, is there ever a world in your mind that he will be consistently a top 10 guy? It seems like he could fluctuate from 9 to 17 is pretty wild, but I feel like that's pretty accurate for Jalen Hurts. He's going to overachieve in a lot of people's minds.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, look, if it was the same player, but he was a top 10 draft pick, would we be talking about him differently, or would he have a different confirmation bias? Probably. I think that all comes into play, and a lot of these evaluators do go back to what they felt about a player pre-draft and kind of hang on to that. And Hurts was a second-round pick, which is a good place to be, but not a premier prospect in that regard. So you kind of you get pigeonholed that way a little bit. So I don't know. I think this is an inflection point for him in a lot of ways, where you're fighting for a deeper run in the playoffs. You're also fighting to, maybe not him personally, but in theory, fighting against quieting some of these critics that come out with lists like this or anything else, right? And then you're sort of fighting for a new contract. I mean, the Eagles could extend him this offseason. It looks like they're not going to do that. Could he force their hand, play well enough where they have to do it? And then it's a fascinating discussion because you have a new coordinator who is pretty green. Everybody's putting the onus on Jalen Hurts, but the onus is also on a coordinator who is pretty inexperienced and unfamiliar. So he's got to get it done too, and he's got to get the best out of Jalen Hurts. It's not all on Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
But I think he's as open to he's ever been to some of these changes, and I think it's going to be good. He's got a variety of intriguing receiver options. I think Devontae Smith can be a one. I do think he can be a legitimate one, and they'll go from there and see what they can do.
Jeremy, last thing, I'm glad you brought up the contract, and I'm glad that you mentioned Sam Darnold, like basically in the same answer. Your last two Super Bowl champions are two quarterbacks that people don't consider as top 5 guys, right?
Sure.
Sam Darnold came in your list at 11. Jalen Hurts came in your list at 17. Does that tell the league anything? Sam Darnold's he's not breaking the bank with his contract. Jalen Hurts got paid a lot of money, but Are teams starting to realize, like, hey, we don't need the number one quarterback in order to win? This might change how we go about building our roster and who we're allocating money toward. Yes,
I do believe that. I think the NFL is in a good place with its quarterbacks. In fact, somebody I spoke to who was pretty high up with the team, who did have Hurts in the top 10, was debating, like, hey, 10 through 17 is really good. And you see it in the rankings. Like, Baker Mayfield's a hell of a player. Brock Purdy's been to a Super Bowl. All these guys, Jordan Love's been really good, and they're all not in the top 10. So it's a good time for these quarterbacks. Bo Nix is 18. He's been really good in Denver. Yeah. So it's all relative, and it's I think really if you're in the top 20, you have a quarterback you feel good about, and you look at that list: Baker Mayfield retread, Sam Darnold retread, Daniel Jones retread. Geno Smith's not on the list, but he has at least been in that periphery and has had some success. So you can do that. Like that's been a welcome change in the league. Look at Anthony Richardson, the former top 5 pick, hasn't worked out in Indianapolis. If he can get traded and go to a good system, they can get the best out of him. Maybe he can be a starter again. So I like that part of the game instead of. The teams were getting so desperate, you could see it. Like the 49ers traded all those picks for Trey Lance to get that third pick that year. It's just there was a desperation of like the haves and the have-nots. I do think now you can get creative and get somebody on the back end. Like the Vikings could be pretty good this year. And they do not have a good quarterback picture right now. They don't have anybody in the top 20. But. Like, they could win 12 games. That wouldn't shock me. You know what I mean? Like, so it is the league's in a good place that way with the parity.
Thanks so much, Jeremy.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Good
we
stuff,
appreciate
Jeremy.
it.
Great job.
Anytime. Thanks, guys.
All right, buddy.
There he is. Jeremy Fowler joined us here on Kincade and
He's
Salciunas.
one of my favorites. He's
awesome.
such a good dude.
He's awesome. And people think that he ranked.
It's not him.
No.
It's that's a classic case of like when people click on it,
They look at
just
the
start,
headline.
yeah, and then they just like scroll down to see where their guy is. And Eagles fans are not the only ones that do this. Everybody.
you
he
heard
said
him saying it,
Patriots fans are upset their guys in the top. Stop it.
Yeah, he's in the top 10.
Stop it. That just shows why they didn't deserve to be in the Super Bowl.
Damn right, Amy.
Okay?
Damn
You
right.
guys need to have a little bit more comeuppance. Okay? You have to be suffering a little bit longer than 5 minutes.
Damn right, Amy. All
Knows
right,
me.
coming up next, John Kincade wants to play game show host.
Uh-huh.
He took the mic from me. He said, I want to play game
ready?
show host. So what is it?
It's a game.
Yeah, what
It's
is-
for- and all three of you can participate in
Is it all-star
Yeah,
related?
it is all-star related.
Okay.
All right, so John Kincaid's going to play game show host coming up next. Also, something happened, and I would move from this area immediately. Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Walker wins the Derby. I'm Connor Thomas, and Jordan Walker of the Cardinals won the home run derby last night over Kyle Schwarber. It was a dramatic finish where Walker hit 4 home runs in his final 4 swings for the victory. The crowd stole the show as well. Loud cheers for Schwarber, vocal boos for Walker and opposing players, and the champ talked about it afterwards.
I think it's pretty special because they love their players, and that's what you want where you play. I mean, I'd never hear people cheer so loud for Schwarber and Harper, but I can't hate them because that's their guy. So I just got to play the game.
Speaking of Harper, he hit 8 home runs in the opening round. Not enough to advance to the Final Four, but he will be part of the All-Star game tonight, as will Schwarber. And for other Phillies, the game starts at 8 p.m. Christopher Sanchez is on the mound to start for the National League. Kyle Schwarber will start at DH and bat leadoff. You can hear the ESPN broadcast of that game live here on The Fanatic. Sixers take on the Rockets at 4 p.m. as Summer League action continues for them. Shams Charania reporting yesterday that LeBron James is inching closer every day to a decision, so we're also watching that. And the first World Cup semifinal is today at 3 p.m. France takes on Spain. This update is brought to you by Staples. It's the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy. I'm Connor Thomas on the home of the 2026 MLB All-Star Game in Philadelphia, 97.5 The Fanatic and The Fanatic.
Coming up at 10, Middays with Marks. Now more of Kincade and Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
The final hour of Kincade and Salciunas is presented to you by The Bagster. It's a dumpster in a bag. You can get yours today at Home Depot and Lowe's. You need details? Go to Bagster.com. Amy, I'm going to miss that.
The dumpster in a bag.
Oh, it's great.
You just have to call and leave me voicemail messages with that occasionally.
It's just going to be a voice text
And
to
if,
you.
There you go, voice text.
And
Yes,
if
you
you
can do
don't
that.
answer, she'll hear the aggressive voicemail.
What are
It's
you,
not
LeBron?
aggressive.
Nobody else.
Oh, yeah, my voice
Yes.
text selling.
Voice texts.
Hey, John, it's a dumpster in a bag.
That's great.
All right, real quick. Is this an automatic move away from the area? There
Okay.
was a town in China, a village in China, where a big big rainstorm hit, and it actually made a dam collapse.
Oh.
The dam then flooded a snake village where
Immediately move.
where 900
Oh, my God.
deadly cobras
Okay, deadly cobras are terrible.
escaped their
No.
confinement or whatever.
No, thank you.
And are now swimming in
No.
the floodwaters.
No.
That's
No.
an automatic. I'm out.
Is the bar still open?
I'm on the roof of my house, and I am waiting for a helicopter to take me away to a
out.
completely different country.
Now, the strange thing is on
Oh, my gosh.
oh my
that is
gosh
900.
now on Wedgwood Chase, which was our street that we lived on.
That's too much.
I was the snake charmer, they called me,
Is that right?
because I would get snakes if anybody had
I
snakes.
feel like-
if anybody had
like a
snakes
garter
in their
snake?
any green, blue,
Like a-
solid color snake, pick them up.
like a friend.
But people's wives on our
The-
street were very
The
afraid of snakes.
900 is a disturbing number because my odds are
I'm
pretty
not
great
touching
that I
that.
will encounter one
Yeah,
of
I'm
said
not
cobras.
touching. No, any colored snake.
They don't drown.
Yellow,
Cobras can
gold.
swim.
They swim.
Yes, they can swim.
I saw the video
That's
of it.
disturbing.
Great.
They're like a
They can
water
float.
They're
moccasin.
like Michael
Yes.
Phelps in the
float.
water, man.
Ooh.
I was watching
With
it.
the big like head thing.
Oh,
yeah.
that's nasty.
Yeah, you're out.
There
You're
we
done.
go. All right, let me play the
What do
game
we
with
got?
you. All right, here we go. Every one of you.
This is
now,
my strategy
Now
to
here's
get
gonna
Amy
be.
off her
Now
game.
it's going to
I'm
be. Here's
flustered.
how it's going to work. This is going to be a clockwise game. It's going to stop. It's going to start with Andrew. It's going to go to. It's going to be. This is like sort of a clock. So visually, if someone's watching it on the on your phone, it's going to be Andrew's going to go first. Connor's going to go second. Amy's going to go third. Well, no, in studio I can see. It's just for the people to visualize.
That'll be counterclockwise.
So Andrew goes first. Okay. So what you're going to do is that you get the chance to answer the question. If you answer it wrong, you get a negative point.
Oh,
If
lose
negative.
points.
If you pass, if you think you know the answer, you answer it.
What's the pass fail?
Then it gets passed. Then you can pass it to the person behind you.
No curve.
If the person behind you answers it wrong, they have to answer it. So if you don't know the answer, don't guess. Send it to the person behind you. If they don't get it right, they get the negative.
So I could just keep on passing and win 0 to
You
negative
could. Well,
to
it depends.
negative.
Well, it
Yeah,
depends.
good luck.
No,
I'm
the
not
questions
missing.
aren't.
Good job,
The
Jeopardy.
questions aren't that. The questions aren't that.
You win
hard.
with $8.
I didn't make it. So everybody play along in the car.
Okay.
And figure out who, Andrew and Amy and Connor, and we'll see who goes. So it'll be Andrew to Connor to Amy, but their
Okay.
strategy as far as you can pass the question and not get the negative.
All right, here's for some music, I guess.
All right, here we go.
Hello.
All right, Andrew Salciunas.
Hello.
All right, here it is. The pitcher that is pitched in the most All-Star games. Don't guess if you don't know because you get the negative.
I'm not a coward. Raleigh fingers.
That is incorrect. All right, so now, Connor,
Pass.
you're going to pass.
I got no
Not a
idea.
coward. Mariano Rivera.
That is incorrect. So Amy gets a negative. The answer is Roger Clemens. Roger
Okay.
Clemens has the most All-Star game pitching appearances.
We talked
I
about
did not know
steroids
that.
earlier.
How about that one? We talked about steroids earlier.
All right,
Here we
so
go.
we're both
okay,
in the
so you're both in the
negative,
negative.
and
Connor's
Connor's
zero.
a coward.
Because
We're not
Connor was a
cowards.
coward there.
Yeah.
So there is this. All right, Connor, the only player to win the All-Star Game MVP and the World Series MVP in the same season. Now, what I will tell you is this only occurred from the 1980s on that this could be because the award didn't exist. So 1980s on. So someone won the All-Star Game MVP and the World Series MVP in the same season.
Justin Clayton Kershaw. That's
Clayton Kershaw.
not right.
Connor gets a negative. He gets a
You
negative
should've
1.
passed,
So now you could have passed.
Strategically
Strategically passed. Now Amy gets it. Now Amy can pass it to Andrew.
I'm not a coward. Derek Jeter.
That is Derek Jeter in 2000.
Good job.
Good call.
Nice job,
Amy
Amy.
is back to zero. So Amy's back to zero. Amy's back to zero.
Let's go.
And Amy controls the board right now,
great.
too.
Look at me go.
All right, Amy.
Pass.
Coward.
I'm going to go with my 0.
3 father-son combinations have each hit home runs in an all-star game. You have to give me 2 of them.
2 of the pairs?
Yes. Do you want the question or do you want to pass it? 3 father-son combos have hit home runs in an all-star game. You have to give me 2 of them.
I know of one. The other one I'm kind of iffy on, so I'm going to pass.
Okay.
I know of one for
Andy
sure.
passes.
The Bonzes and the Fielders is.
The Bonzes is correct. The Fielders is incorrect.
Yeah.
Andrew with a negative.
Do I get half a point?
Bonzes is
We don't do half
correct.
credit out here.
So,
Hey, that's how I
Connor,
got through high school.
Connor, you got a
minute.
chance. Do you want to try to answer?
Yeah, I'm going to try. I think the Bonzes are probably one.
He just said they were.
I said
Yeah,
they
but I've
were.
got to
No, so you have
re-answer
to
the
get the other.
question
No,
for
now
him.
you have to get the other 2.
I'm going to go with
He only needs
the...
No,
Should have enough.
he has to get the other 2.
I'm gonna go
No,
with-
Connor, you have to get the other
Oh,
2.
okay.
Bonds
Because I
doesn't
can't give
count.
you the one
I'll
that
go
he
with the
got right.
Griffies.
What?
The Griffies.
That is correct.
Yeah.
And we will go with the Ripkins.
That is incorrect. The
Is it the
Guerreros.
the holidays?
Guerreros.
I should have gotten that.
So right now,
that
Connor and
makes more
Andrew are
sense.
both -2. Amy
The old
at
important
0.
pass.
That is amazing. That's unbelievable.
It's unbelievable.
No, it's unbelievable right now. Who is the Andrew Salciunas has it?
Hello.
The youngest All-Star in league history.
Juan Soto.
Incorrect.
Oh,
Do you want the question, Connor?
I'll pass it.
You're passing
I'll
it
sit
to
at my
Amy.
negative
poor-
2.
So Amy
Poor
must
lady
answer.
with her 0.
The youngest
I'm gonna go
All-Star
with
in league history.
Andrew Jones.
That is incorrect. It was Dwight Gooden.
We're gaining, Andrew.
I
In
don't.
1984.
Just stop answering.
yeah, I got to
keep on
stop
that.
answering.
All right,
I
so
did not
now,
remember
we
Dwight
go
Gooden
to
being that.
Connor. You have control of the board. Amy's still in the lead here, though.
Minus 1.
Connor, the oldest position player to appear in an All-Star game.
God.
Well, it's important, the position player, yeah.
Miguel Cabrera.
That is incorrect. Amy, you have the chance to answer the question or pass it to Andrew and make him answer it.
I feel like I know this because it was honorary almost for him at the end, but I'm going to pass.
Amy passes. Andrew.
I'm not a coward. I'm going to keep going. Position.
You have to. You have to.
I have to. Well, I'm
The
gonna-
oldest position player to appear
Yeah.
in an All-Star
I've got
game.
a guess, but I don't think it's right.
My guess is Pujols.
That is incorrect.
The Ripken?
Pete Rose.
Wait, are we using Pujols' real age or his listed age?
Pete Rose, well, believe me, yes. So Pete Rose at 44 years old
Wow.
appeared in the game.
That's definitely going to be.
How about that one?
That's pretty impressive.
I mean, that is
I saw
absolutely
Rose jersey
amazing.
last night.
So, Amy, you still have control of the board, and you have the lead. You've sort of got a big lead in this one. I mean, that's which is pretty incredible. The team with the most All-Star reps has not won the World Series since this team.
Okay, so
The
this is my
team, the
question.
last team to win
Wow, this is
the
a
World
pass.
Series.
I can't even fathom who this
The
might
last team to win the World Series that had the most All-Star representatives.
be. So the
on
Phillies
it.
this year have 6.
Yes.
So it's however many they have
Yes.
for that year.
The team
So
that
if the
had the
Phillies
most All-Star
win the World
representatives,
Series this year, they would be it.
The last team back.
So they won
You
it
could
that
pass-
year?
Yes. Yep. And they
Okay.
had the most All-Star
All right,
representatives.
I'll say
You're going to guess at it or you're going to pass? That's a hard question.
yeah. I don't know. I'm trying to think. I couldn't even guess the year though for the. I'll pass.
Okay.
Do I have to give the year or can I just give the franchise?
Franchise.
It's the Yankees, right?
Mine's guess is the Astros.
That is incorrect.
And I had one other guess. What's
Connor?
I was thinking I had to have
Do you
the
want?
year.
Do you want to guess it? Or do you want to?
Yeah,
just-
no, I'll play. I'll go with the Big Red Machine, the Reds back in the 80s.
That is incorrect.
Is it the Royals?
It was the 2021 Atlanta Braves.
Oh, how about that?
well, that's lame.
How about that one? And Amy has just blown out the.
That team
I
sucks
would have guessed
anyway.
the Yankees though.
I mean just crazy. I'll try to give you an easy
Is there
question.
only one question that's been answered correctly?
You guys have just you've got a couple.
You got one.
Yeah.
You guys got the so you got 2 of the home run. You know.
Seriously, there's only one.
One correct answer so
it's just
far.
the Derek Jeter one.
Who had this player had the Connor? This is yours, right? Or is it
Andrew?
Andrew. This player had the most All-Star selections ever during their career. You might as well answer. You have -5.
Yeah, I know. I may as well. Willie Mays.
That is incorrect. Connor, might as well answer. You were.
Might as well. Hammering Hank Aaron.
That is correct.
Yeah, let's go.
Woo!
Connor goes back. Connor goes back. Still -3. You're still at -3.
We need Andrew on the board. Just quiz him.
How many did Hank Aaron go to?
25.
Willie Mays was 24. Damn it! I
you're
missed
so
by
close.
one.
Thought you knew ball, bro.
Oh,
I
that
thought
one
you
year.
knew ball.
There's
No, I know random.
I think we got time for one more.
Mariano Rivera. I can't use that one. I can't use that one because it was used before. How about this one? The most. How about this one? 5 players have been named the All-Star Game MVP on 2 occasions. Can you give me 2 of them?
Is that to me? No, to
It's
Connor.
to Connor.
I'll pass. I want Andrew to get this one.
Okay.
All right, so
Well, Amy.
Or Amy, but-
two of the 5
Of
people
the 5
that have been
players that have been
2-time
All-Star MVP
MVPs.
twice.
Give me Ken Griffey.
Ken Griffey is incorrect.
Oh. Then I'm out.
So you're already out.
Andy, we're on the board already.
You want
This
to
is
go?
for you to draw even in fall
5
nowhere.
guys have been
No,
named
he's
All-Star
-6.
MVPs
He's
twice.
already in 3rd place.
Well, he wants to finish on
Go
a
ahead.
high note. 5 have
5
gotten
players
2.
have been 2-time MVPs of the All-Star Game.
We already
I
know
want 2 of
Jeter's
them.
won. Has won one,
Yes.
so you can guess him if you'd like.
How about Ichiro?
Incorrect.
Is
I know
Jeter
he-
won?
I know
that
he-
with your guy.
Willie Mays.
I know he won 1.
Steve Garvey, Gary Carter, Cal Ripken Jr., and Mike Trout.
Wow.
That.
Amy,
You know that Mike
-1.
Trout's from here?
Connor, -3. Andrew, -7.
Yeah. I was the only one that guessed every single time.
Shot
Andrew
7
was-
under, dude?
7
pretty
under.
good.
He was 7 under, yes.
Pretty good.
No,
Very good.
I was Allen Iverson on a bad day. I'm going to take every single shot that this team
Now past
can
anything.
take.
Greenest of the green light.
All right, coming up next, we make our picks for tonight, but also I need something to happen, Johnny, when we're in attendance tonight, because I just know the crowd pop when this happens. Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Hall of Fame sports writer Jason Stark.
We've seen.
Middays with Marks comes your way at 10 o'clock. Johnny Marks, Sean Brace, and Ray Dunn. It is a Tuesday with Amy.
Ray was drinking coffee that looked
looks like
it looked brown.
Was it iced coffee?
Yeah, but it looked brown.
What
It
color
didn't look
is
like
coffee?
It didn't look. It looked like it was. It looked like the color of caramel.
I'm sorry.
Maybe he's got
I'm
a creamer
confused.
in there of some sort.
Oh,
Yeah, he's
that must have been.
He's a vanilla cream.
See,
guy.
my wife does the.
I don't drink
the
coffee,
Miami,
but doesn't it look like that? Isn't that what iced coffee is supposed to look like? I've never seen iced
I
coffee
thought
that
coffee
doesn't
was
look
more
brown.
black. See, my wife does the iced coffee, but she does the Miami coffee more.
I don't know what that
where it's
means.
like it's very almost like beige because she puts so much cream in it. Like there's so many creams in it.
I just assume that that's what it looked like.
Oh, it's like
just like a light
it
brown.
looked like caramel.
It's probably delicious.
I drink mine black, and it's easy that way.
See, there's that.
Not a coffee
No
drinker.
need
I
for
don't
anything.
drink coffee either.
By the way, real quick before we talk about the All-Star game tonight, Jeff Passan just dropped an article about 25 minutes ago regarding the Olympics in Major League Baseball because players
yes.
want to do that. MLB has gathered support from owners to allow big league players to participate in the Olympics for the first time. But, and I'm supposed to feel bad for some players, disagreements with the MLBPA over hotel rooms, tickets, and a mandatory participation agreement have complicated their involvement in the 2028 Los Angeles.
Bryce wants to be the first baseman.
Well, they
Of course he wants to.
Yeah,
Of
the
course he does.
mandatory thing is probably the sticking point because either you're in or you're out, right? Like I would think that's going to be
Right.
kind of a weird thing.
Well, one of the things too is that they
They
were talking
make the
about is
guys try out.
a player. They were saying too is a player vote was one of the things.
For what?
The team.
To see who makes
Major
it?
League Baseball players vote. That was one of the suggestions.
Shouldn't you just
They
have
can't
like
do
the
tryouts.
NBA. Sure you can.
No, you can't.
Sure you
It can't be.
Let's
It's
go.
Saturday
we'll have
morning.
We'll have a swing off.
It's Saturday morning
Oh,
tryouts.
yeah.
What you
Oh,
do
yeah.
is
We
you
do
say,
some drills.
Major League Baseball players pick the team. I think is the way it should be done. Let them pick the team. So the guys who play in the league say, "Here's who we want to represent
I'd like some coach input
our
on
country,
that one.
our United States."
I had some coach input.
I'm just trying to
Or
figure
you
out.
have all the same guy.
I'm trying to figure out what the hotel discrepancy is.
Oh, they
Like,
want.
is it-
Oh
we
no,
want
they want
nice
suites.
we want nice
Oh,
hotels.
they want 5-star hotels, and they want suites, and they want. There's
Trying
Yeah,
to swing
sorry,
that
you
in
might
the
have to live
Olympics
at the
is-
village like everybody else does.
not
Unless you're in the NBA.
Remember, the Major League Baseball Players Association. There's rules about what level of hotel they stay
Yeah.
at.
That's true
Right.
for every single league.
So
Yeah,
it's
but
like
if-
there is.
but if
But
this
there's
is a
some
nice-
teams can scrape by at the bottom of the barrel,
Yeah, the A's.
and then some can go
But
to
no, they
some
don't.
can go to the top echelon.
Yeah, that's.
No, they all are in very high end. Even
Nice
the,
hotels.
Even the
Yeah,
even
but-
the lowly A's.
Yeah.
But
they're
if this is
still in a
about the
very
Olympics,
nice hotel.
I thought it should be about the pride of your country, not the
Get
pride of where
all
you're staying.
together.
All right, All-Star game tonight. We have the National League as the favorites
Yes.
this year. I don't know how often they come in as the favorites.
It's
but
a 48-45 all time, I think. 48 American League, 45
What about the tie?
National League.
You didn't count
There's
for the
three.
tie
I think
year.
there's 3 ties.
Yeah,
How about
there you
that?
Hey, I got married. I was on my honeymoon the
the
year
tie.
they tied. in 20.
The National League
The last
minus
time.
136 on the money line. Trying to see if there's props for all
like things
the-
like
the,
Duran getting the save or
Yeah,
Schwarber
I
hitting
mean,
a home
there's,
run,
like-
anything like that.
Hold on, if to hit a home run.
Yeah, that's got to be that
See,
one.
this is unfair. I'm a big fan of my FanDuel Sportsbook app, of course, but Kyle Schwarber plus 370, he might only bat once.
Yeah, that's
no,
why
he's going to get
yeah.
2 at bats. He's going to get 2 at
I
bats.
just feel like they should be boosted
Wait a
considering
minute, he's
the
an
fact that they
he's
might
an
only play
elected
or 1 or
starter,
2.
right?
Now he is, yes, because Shohei Ohtani is not playing.
So he's going to get 2 at bats. So he's get 2 chances. You
That's all he
want him?
needs.
That's all you need. Yes, we saw him last night.
That is actually probably all he needs. Kyle Schwarber is actually the favorite to win MVP with Bryce Harper.
because he's going to have a walk-off. No, I'm just kidding.
Bryce Harper may not get in the game till.
He'll walk it off.
Yeah, but if you walk it off, you win.
Oh, okay.
So they're
'Cause
both
Harper's the 3rd first baseman.
They're both plus 1,300. Then it goes Soto, Caminero, Bobby Witt Jr., Yandy Diaz, Murakami, and Trout. Those are your leaders.
Trout's from Jersey.
I heard about that.
I heard that.
National League wins today,
They do win.
and I need a first pitch strike from Christopher Sanchez, and that place will go nuts.
Yeah.
4-1.
I'll take that.
4-1.
Yeah.
I want more offense than that.
The
I'd love
first-
to see like 7.
the Sanchi first strikeout, Red October. vibe.
That place is going to go nuts.
Oh, yeah.
I can't wait. All right, Amy, Have a
you
great
guys.
rest of your day.
We'll
Yes,
see you.
I
your
will,
vacation.
I will not be here on Friday,
here on
so I'm
Friday.
sad to miss you guys. I will be down the shore.
We will
But you'll be
see you.
back. I'll see you in my final week.
I'll see
Yes,
you
correct.
next week. John's on vacation next week. All right, everybody have a great rest of
Vacation
your
before
day.
leaving.
Johnny, you and I are going to the game tonight, man. So we'll be able to talk about it more tomorrow morning with you. Thank you, everybody, for being a part of the show today. And Middays with Marks comes your way next here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on